White. Oh, here we go. Look at that. So here we are on day 2. I just want to express how wonderful it was yesterday. Because I was like, wow, you know you're Indigenous when you got to do 2 round dances in like 2 hours. I was all sweaty. It was just so beautiful, and it got my heart so full. So I'm really happy to welcome day 2, seating our tongues. And I would like to invite the beautiful Tracy Kimbono up and beautiful Rose Caldwell to come up and give us our welcome and prayer and start the day in a good way.
Good morning, everybody. Tali kin limt kin alap nas galhalt. Tali hatchacht ku kwelt kali in kelchen tet kal yayati tim hula hutri timi hutri skelk chout. Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you all here today, and I'm really happy to be here again. Yesterday, I did the Okanagan blessing where I said the line and then you repeated it after me. I'm going to change it up a little bit today, and I'm going to present it the way that I learned it when I was in my language classes. We would do it this way every language class, every day, to call in our ancestor spirits to help us open up our mind and open up our tongue to be able to pronounce the words and stuff. So this is how I learned this Okanagan blessing. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hey oh hey. Okolen choten koop ich die huil me weken each hoy. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey Ok olan choten, kok ol dispos, apanat skol chalt, mechas dich hoi, hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hey oh hey. Ok olan choten, kochwitsch dich spakpacht, melodisch und lebt. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hey oh hey. Ok olan choten, kochwitsch dich quatscht, mini aib kan hit de mist, itel jajat, itel kast. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hi oh hey oh hey. Hey oh hey oh hey. Chastich cheil. Creator, light up the road so I can see my way. Fix my mind now today so where I go may be good. Give me wisdom so that I don't forget. Give me strength so I can defend myself from all bad things. It's good that it's this way. Lim limt.
Limlimt. I just want to welcome on behalf of our board, on behalf of our president, Brian Holmes from the Upper Nicola Band, the board of directors, and Hazel Squawkin, our ethics chair on our board. I want to again welcome you to the space today. And today is about seeding our tongues. And I just want to thank Mika and her hardworking crew for the incredible amount of work and love and patience and respect that your staff give our community as they're here today. Just a reminder for everybody, the smokehouse is smoking today, you know, feel free to go sit with Wastekan as he's smoking the meat. And we've got some fresh fruit that we're preparing this morning, some blueberries and strawberries and cantaloupe, and yeah, we've got things going. Just lastly, who remembers the Dead Dog Cafe? The Dead Dog Cafe. This shirt was gifted to me by my mom. She was actually a guest on the show, and she didn't wear it, and she kept it squirreled away. I kept bugging her about it year after year because the shirt is actually designed by Jane Ash Portress, and she finally, 2 Christmases ago, I opened up my Christmas present and I got the Dead Dog Cafe shirt. So, so have a good day today and have fun. And if you need anything, come and see me. I will do my best with our staff here, our hardworking staff, to be able to make sure that anything that you request, hopefully we can meet your needs. Wai'ihi.
Yes, the dried meat zone. I had to be careful yesterday because I ended up getting stuck there, and I was telling them, hey, you guys, I got to get going. Now I would like to introduce an elder that our beloved elder from the Lakapam Nation, Sharon Spinks. Is she here? Sharon. Is Sharon here? Oh, is she? Okay. I'll have Vivian start then. I really wanted to invite some of our beloved elders and language speakers today for seeding our tongues. So I'd like to invite Vivian Sandy up, Secwepem elder. Vivian has been on tour with us in the past, and she's been such a wonderful mentor, and really appreciate you in our lives, Auntie.
Wait, Clohoidep, Louis de Sit, in Shawapam, Chilcotin, and Shawapam territories where I'm from. They say, Dogs Jesus is less, as nice as is good. That they're expressing the day, you know, like how beautiful it is. And they would mix English with our language. And I had an auntie, she could talk so fast, and she'd be talking in our language, and she'd be using English at the same time. And I used to be able to keep up and listen when I was a little girl. And when I was Njachwa nachon sloot meet Mr. Cookbeats. Cooksham hoide bootly Anna. Het miuchsen Anna. Hoide is a soul qua malamans. Okanagan. Hoide is to stesses. The knuchens is good. Want to give thanks for this beautiful land this morning. Such a beautiful day. All the learnings and the sharings of our elders, our ancestors. When I was a little girl, I didn't know how to speak English. I grew up with my grandmother. That was last century ago. I'm 73. And, but I remember as a little girl, I didn't know how to speak English. And we had to run down to the creek to pack water. And I had to help when we chopped wood outside. And I remember as a little girl, I got a gift. My grandmother and I went to town, and they bought a little silver bucket with candies in there. And I couldn't wait to finish the candies because I was going to use the little bucket to go help carry water. And I remember running down to the creek with this little silver bucket, just to run and got my water. I think I probably ended up with a quarter bucket or a half a bucket by the time I got back up to the house. And I remember going into the sweat lodge with my grandmother, my granny, my mom. She raised me. And then I remember going into the sweat lodge with her. That was the first time I was just a little. And that was the purest sweat lodge I saw. Maybe once or twice in my lifetime, traveling all over the countries, I saw that pure, how those elders took care of it. And they even had a fir bough that you walked on, and you walked to the water to go in each round. Because they said that's where the water puts in the good medicine, the strength. When we sit with the hot rocks, and they help us, and they take out the negative, they take out the things that we don't need to carry, and we give it to those rocks and Mother Earth and all of creation. And they say, and then the cold water puts in the positive. That's what the scientists found out. And then I remember my grandmother, when I had to get sent to residential school. I was in day school for 6 years. I won a lawsuit against the government and church because of the abuses that I had gone through. Every kind of abuse there is, I went through. Physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, sexual, as a little girl. And I'm only saying this because I want to encourage young people that are watching and wanting to learn and thinking that they had lost out or that we're all family. I didn't grow up with my mom and dad, but I have lots of mom and dads. One of them was Susan Baptiste here, and Lily and Willie from this land here that helped me stand up as a young girl, fighting alcoholism and all the things that from residential school. They helped me to be who I really am, which is a human being. So our language, I listened to my elders when we would go to church every day, because they said a long time ago those priests were really smart. They would look who the medicine person was in the community, and then they would build their churches next to them. So my grandmother was right next to the church. And the elders, they taught me a lot because they went to church every day, in the morning, at night, every single day, every single day, and pray. And I would go with my grandmother. And I would listen what they said in their language, because by that time I was speaking English. And they would pray like the church sets it up, but then there was a time where they would be able to pray in their own way, in their own language, our language. And I would listen. And they would say, they would talk to Creator of all good things, give him thanks for all things. And then they would say, I give you my blood. I give you my breath. These are yours. And I used to wonder, like, and then, I don't know, in the Catholic Church, they call it Apostles' Creed or something like that. You say some kind of long prayer. And then they would say it in our language. And then there's a part there where it says, you know, you take the blame. You say, through my fault. You know, say, hit yourself in the chest. That's what you had to do. You say, through my fault. But the elders, they would say, and in English, I was interpreted saying, I was drunk. And I would look at my elders, but you don't drink, you know, you don't drink. What do you mean? I'm drunk. But I just wanted to share, there's so much beauty in when we say our language, and we can't make it as say it in English. And then we say it through songs, and the drum helps us to express what's in our hearts, what's in our minds, how we can balance with Mother Earth and all of creation. I think that's all Creator wants, is for us to learn to love each other and love ourselves and love all of creation, and help our children to become great grandparents like we are, like I am, like my beautiful ancestors, my beautiful elders that I continue to learn from. So I wanted to share a song about when I was struggling with alcohol and really wanting to go this way. But that alcohol, the elders told me that alcohol, it has its own spirit. Man made that, and there's a spirit in there. And if you want to get away from that alcohol or that drugs, you got to acknowledge that spirit that it has, the power that it has. And they told me, you take that alcohol and you talk to him because he was your friend. That was the only one there for you sometimes. So you make it a talk to your friend and go say, hey, I got to put you aside for a little while. Or the drugs. Hey, I recognize how powerful you are. I got to put you over here for a while. I want to try this way. I want to try this way. I want to learn. I want to learn to be myself. So I just want to encourage the young people out there that maybe you've been adopted out or you don't know who your family is, or all of creation, we're all related. Those are all your relatives. We go and we hug trees and we feed the birds, and sometimes I get mad at the squirrel because he wants to eat all the bird food. And then I look at the squirrel and I go, oh, that guy's here to teach me something. Okay, what is it I gotta learn? Okay, I'll learn. So I just wanted to share those. And I just wanted to sing a song, a prayer that expressed where I came from. I want to say good things for the young people, for the artists that bring us together. I saw when we did ceremonies for the 215 in Kamloops, I saw through our efforts, our prayers, I saw little young people, children, coming and wanting to take care of the fire, the sacred fire that was burning for the children. I saw young people running around serving elders and helping. And they were the ones helping take care of Sweat Lodge and all. That's what's happening today when we travel around. And I want to say to my elders, that's all the work that we have shared, that we see all these young people, that we have lifted their spirit and will continue to do that until we're completely full circle. So this song, it's about a drum. That I don't usually use a drum when I sing my songs. And then one time I was singing with the Mayans. We had a ceremony, we do ceremonies for the solstice. And I always felt shy about a drum, like I didn't need to use a drum. And then when they asked me to sing and I started singing, I sang. And then when I finished singing, the elders got up and they told me that when I was singing, the ancestors were all standing there and they were drumming. I said, oh, that's probably why I don't feel like I need the drum. That really gave me peace, I just wanted to share that too. So I want to share this song about the drum for the young people. And hear the drum in my heart. There was a time I walked alone,
There was a time I did not know. There was a time I walked alone. There was a time I did not know. I did not know how to live. I did not know how to give. There was a time I did not know. I did not know how to live. I did not know how to give. Then one day I heard a drum call my name. I heard a drum sing a song. He sang a song of love for me. He sang a song and walked with me. Well, today I learned to live, I learned to give, I learned to sing a song of love. I sang as a song of love for thee. I learned to live, I learned to give. There was a time I did not know. I did not know how to live. I did not know how to give. Well, today I learned to live, I learned to give, I learned to sing a song of love, a song of love just for thee. Oh.
That was about 1982 or something like that when I made that song. Cook's Jam, everybody have a really good day. Unity, peace, love, and sharing, and all the good things. Hope.
Okay, next I'd like to welcome beautiful Elder Sharon Spinks. She's from the Lak'am Nation. She is an educator, knowledge keeper, language revitalizer, mentor, and just beautiful, beautiful woman. Please welcome Sharon. Sharon has been so helpful during our opening our Two Rivers Remix events. Every time she does, everything goes wonderfully. I always tell her that. Okay, is that okay?
Cooksham. This is kind of unexpected, but what I wanted to share before I do my prayer is that there is a oneness, and I think from Lytton, we're trying to do that. We want to become one. And I was talking to some beautiful gentlemen over here that are doing that. Take me away there. I said, gee, you're really busy. Yeah, but we need people that have the knowledge for all those technology. I need some lessons in that too. But that with their capability and then our language, you know, and everyone, I think the seed really is a gift from the English, because we've learned the English language, we've mastered the English language, and that is our communication. So in building up from that, when I want to say, how do you say thank you? Yeah, and then that's in English. And then I say, oh, you say kuksham. So there's a connection. So even though there's colonization and everything else, they've given us a gift that we can speak English and understand each other from Vernon, Penticton, Vancouver, Queen Charlotte Islands, you know, and then you say, how do you say this? So there's a connection. So put aside the colonization of all the things that have happened, you know, we are communicating, and that's beautiful. And so there's that oneness, and of course we're going through a hard time in Lytton. We're in mobile homes, and they're good. But from a 3-bedroom house to a 1-bedroom mobile, you know, it gets kind of small. What I wanted to share, and I've shared this with a couple of ladies here, people, I stopped at the gas station, and right in front of this big mural, that painting of the sky and the sunrise and the birds, the flowers, and that is my prayer. And I was saying my prayer as I was looking at the painting. All living things, help us to be strong. You know, it's just like a dream come true. Whoever did the painting, I forgot to look at who did the painting by the gas station there. Just beautiful. And I was sharing that that's my prayer. I'm looking at the picture of my prayer. And that's what I would like to share with everyone here. And I'll begin. I begin by asking the Creator to calm me down. I'll say it in like a machine, and then I'll end. Again, there we go with the English. I'm going to do it in my language, and I'm going to share it in English so that you understand what I said. So there's that connection, and we need to keep pushing that. You know, if you don't understand it, just ask in English. Then we'll say it in our language, and then that's where we complete the circle. We'll complete the circle. Home at Wikduji Yamit. Home at Dulako Dakamo Magnako Kindaya Dudich A Lexot. Dulako Dakama Omag Krakama Schomuji Kwan Kindaya Dudich A Lexot. Takamda Shigap, Takamda Memoy, Takamda Omag Kindaya Dudich A Lexot. Ala Shialagan, Ala Mushalagan. Dakamda omach kindaya dudich eil exozot. At la hello gesquan station I've talked to a sheet cross samsax kanoch dakwan kindaya dudich eil exozot. Schatza squas scholars yes, ptinisham blocks yes. From the river and all living things in the river, help us to be strong today. From the river to the highest mountain, we humbly ask, help us to be strong today. And from the bushes and all the trees and all living things, help us to be strong today. And the sacred eagle that flies over us and watches our path and takes away sickness from us, help us to be strong today. Home at the Gia, Schatza, Squas, College, yes, Ptinisham Blocks, yes. Home at Kuksham. And Kuksham is thank you in my language. See, there's that English again. And just before I leave, I just wanted to share that our Intlagam people, we are, there's a word that I'm trying to find the proper English interpretation for it, and that is paugen. I don't know if anybody has heard of that, if it's very similar. Paugen is hey, oj, eight, oi, oi, I'm talking loud, and loud is not really the proper interpretation for what I was just doing. We're paugen, and it's almost like a celebration. Everybody come in, everybody come into the meeting. It's paugen. And the only meekly English interpretation is loud. But loud is not really the interpretation. It's like a celebration. Yeah. Oh, Canada, yes, hope. We're very happy. There's a newborn in our band, and we're celebrating that. Yep, Augen. We're so happy, especially the grandparents. And I'm a grandparent. I'm a great-grandparent. You know, I'm happy. You know, Augen again. You know, when we're happy. Let's do that in our invisible round circle, where there's no beginning and there's no end. We're all in a circle, and we're all helping each other, and we're all helping nature to help us to be strong. Homer, kuksham, kuksham.
Cook's Jam. Thank you to our beautiful elders. Thank you. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, Sharon. Cook's Jam. I'd like to invite up now one of our international delegates, Ana, to do a Mexica dance and prayer.
Hi everyone, my name is Ana, and today I want to share with you a very important prayer for our culture. I want to pray for the 7 directions, and then I'm going to make a dance. This dance is called Iztacuautli. It means the flight of the eagle. Cuautli means eagle in Nahuatl. And it's very important, and it's one of my favorite dances. It's like a short version, because when I arrived to this land, I was here. I listened. I heard about this prophecy, and we also talk about this prophecy in our land about the eagle from the north, the condor from the south, and the quetzal, our most important bird in Mexico and Guatemala. So, yeah, I want to pray now for you all and for me this day. Axcan totalpalolis, intlahuistlan pachaneque. Intonatio y quisayan. Xochiquepopan intlili, intlali, y yeyan inquetzalcoatl. Saludamos a los guardianes del rumbo de la luz, el lugar por el que sale el sol, lugar donde brota como la flor la tintura roja y negra, rumbo de Quetzalcóatl, la serpiente emplumada. Axcan totolpalolis intlahuistlan pachaneque, intonati utemoa, y yeyan inyausihuat, cuautemotzinco, y yeyan mayahuel igual mixcoat, y yeyan xipetote. Saludamos a los guardianes del rumbo de las mujeres guerreras, lugar por donde desciende el sol, lugar de nuestra venerada Señora del Maguey y de la serpiente de nubes, rumbo de Xipetotec, el desencarnado. Axcan totralpalolis, inmictlan pachaneque, intonatiu cochi, inisejecayan, tecuic toctoshayac, y yeyan tezcatlipocat. Saludamos a los guardianes del rumbo de la muerte, lugar por el que duerme el sol. Lugar de nuestra venerada Coatlicue, la de la falda de serpientes, y rumbo del viento de obsidiana que corta como navaja nuestros rostros. Lugar de Tezcatlipocat, el espejo miente. Axcan totralpalolis, inhuistlan pachaneque, intonatio inunepantlayan, censo huitzahuaco, intetzawid intezcatlipocat, y yeyan huitzilopochtli. Saludamos a los guardianes del rumbo de las espinas luminosas, lugar donde se posa el sol a la mitad del cielo, del portentoso espejo humeante y de nuestro venerado Huitzilopochtli, el colibrí zurdo. Axcan totralpalolis, ingüey ilhuixictli, ingüey tlanesi, toteotatzin tonatio, incuauhtehuanit intotonamit. Saludamos al ombligo del cosmos, la energía de arriba, el águila que asciende, el de las flechas de calor, nuestro Padre Sol. Axcan totralpalolis, ingüey tlanesi, tlanansin cuatlicue tonacanansin, inilamateo tosihuet. Saludamos a nuestra venerada Coatlicue, nuestra Madre Tierra, de la que venimos y a la que vamos, nuestro hogar, nuestra casa. Nuestro interior, pedimos permiso a nuestros ancestros, a los guardianes de esta tierra, a los que han estado, a los que están y los que van a estar aquí, que nos den la fuerza, que la energía del quetzal, que la energía del cóndor y que la energía del águila nos acompañen en este día. Tlazokamati. Hi everyone. My name is Ana Cornejo. Today, I'm being the voice of a nation that is not being heard. A nation that is being robbed, stripped off, and whose rights are being violated. The Wirrárica Nation, most known as Huichol, have been fighting against the Mexican government's and transnational Canadian mining companies' agenda for more than 20 years. Wirikuta is one of their most sacred sites. It's a desert located in the state of San Luis Potosí. It's the place where the peyote grows and where they say the sun was born for the first time. This desert is 140,000 hectares. It's a natural reservation apparently protected by the government, declared to be part of the World Web of Natural Sacred Sites by UNESCO in 1988, and with a concentration of the most cactus biodiversity per meter on the entire planet. In the year of 2009, the Mexican government gave 78 concessions, and the majority to Canadian mining companies, those of which took hundreds of hectares, territory in which the Wirrárica live and do their pilgrimage. The main destructive corporation is First Majestic Silver Corp, with more than 6,600 hectares, those of which cross the sacred route that the Wirrárica use for their most important pilgrimage. In 2011, the urgent letter was made, exhorting the Mexican president and governments in a worldwide level. Demand for protection, complaints, petitions, councils, forums, meetings, and at the end, the destruction continues. This sacred land is in dispute. The locals are offered temporary solutions of work, leaving a trace of environmental pollution, social problems, and the destruction of a sacred site that holds the energetic balance of our country. While the caretakers suffer economic needs and multiple types of poverty that the Mexican government has not been able to resolve, since they have been incapable to generate the dialogue between the groups involved. But they continue to favor the interest of the transnational companies through their regulations and jurisprudence. They see a precarious and semi-desertic site on a site of healing, culture, and pilgrimage. We demand an executive, federal, and formal dialogue. We will not allow the stripping of our nation or the damage to our land. You all have the power to make change, and with the great power comes great responsibilities. And now that you know, you have the power to do something about it, and not just put it under the rock or ignore it. Thank you, Pamparios.
Thank you. Bonjour, Ndinime Maganaduk. Hello, all of my relatives. Makwadodem, Kitiganzibi, Anishinabeg, and Sandy Lake. Makwadodem. Hello, all of my relatives. I'm from the Bear Clan, from Kitiganzibi, Anishinabeg, and Sandy Lake First Nation. And I'm very pleased to be here again for day 2. I would love to call up to the stage Gregory Schofield. He is Métis of Cree, Scottish, English and French and Jewish descent. He's a poet, a playwright, teacher, and social worker. He was raised by his mother and aunt and in several foster homes in northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan and in the Yukon. A former outreach worker dealing with street youth in Vancouver, Gregory has taught First Nations and Métis literature at Brandon University and the Emily Carr Institute of Art and Design, and has served as a writer in residence at Memorial University. Much of his writing is an examination of his own life and that of his Indigenous heritage. So please, I'd love to welcome Gregory back to the stage.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, that's great. That's us. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Good morning. I was looking for Vi and Rose. Did they? Where did? Okay. Oh, Rose. And where did Vi go? Huh? Vivian. I wanted to, Vivian. I wanted to acknowledge. Your presentation this morning. It was really powerful, and it was really resonating for me. And it was, it's like sometimes you know that you're in the right place and you're supposed to be doing the right thing when the people that speak before you, it's like they've already spoken what you're going to speak about. So I wanted to say, so in Cree language we say kanana skumten. So that's I'm really grateful for what you shared, what both of you shared this morning. It really makes this space feel like a very good and a safe space. So thank you. I'm really honored to have been asked to present. I guess it's the keynote or really my talk this morning, and to be a part, of course, of this festival. I actually prepared something special for my talk this morning, and it is on, of course, it is on the theme of seeding our tongues. And I thought really long and hard about what I wanted to say, what I wanted to talk about, insofar as, this idea, this concept really of our tongues and the things that come out of our mouths, the words that we use, the things that, I think that we often don't think about our mouth being really kind of a place of ceremony. We just kind of take for granted that, we're going to have breath. We take for granted that we're going to, that we're going to speak, that we have something to say. So before I actually begin my talk, I wanted to just read you a little short piece of a poem, which is called Kipotsagan. And in Cree, Kipotsagan, the word Kipotsagan is really it's a slang word. It's not like a high Cree word. Kipotsagan is a slang word. Kipo is to like shut something. Chigan is like an obstruction. Kipotsagan slang-wise, I guess to be translated, would mean to be mute, to not be able to speak. I realized that so much of my writing career and really my journey toward finding voice, my journey toward writing, I guess being a storyteller, was really kind of based in Kipotsagan, was really based in growing up being mute and growing up with a sense of not having a voice, growing up with a sense of not having the words to speak. So I want to just read a real quick excerpt of this poem, which is called Kipotsagan. It's a much longer poem in this book. The book is actually called Kipotsagan. And I just want to start off with this before I actually talk to you about the presentation or the talk, anyway, that I'll share with you this morning. Kipotsagan. Niya, me, I am the boy whose tongue at birth, Kipahigan, hungered its blood root, kept sacred by frogs, the keepers of stories, Achimona. Niya, me, I am the one whose mouth, Kipotsagan, at night alone, is a lodge of words, a frog song, croaking with sound. I sing from time to time. It is a good tongue housed in a good lodge that is mostly clean of pity, of anger. How nistam, account of the names whose tongues I now call to prayer. Aho kisimantu mamao tawimo kanaskumten. As I was saying, that's from a much longer poem. I go on to call the names. It's almost a prayer. I call the names of my relatives. I call the names of the people that I grew up with. I call the names of the people who not only helped me find a voice, but the people who also took that voice away. I've given lots of talks. I've given lots of keynotes over the years. I've been writing for 34 years, about 35 years, really dating myself here. And usually, I'll write on the theme of the conference or, what people have asked me to write about. And I really thought long and hard about what I wanted to share today. And Anaukin Center, this place, the people at Anaukin Center hold a really, really special place in my heart. I've had a relationship with the Anaukin Center probably even when I first began writing, and this is well over 30 years ago. Anaukin Center was really the first place that was providing space and opportunities for young Indigenous writers. And although I'm not a student of Anaukin Center, over the years, I've had the opportunity to work with the Anaukin Center, to work with students, to mentor students, and to be a part of this process. I've had the great fortune as a young man, as a young writer, when I was first starting, I had the great fortune to know and to be mentored by a lot of the older people, the original kind of board members, the people that were collected as an advisory group for the Anaukin Center. And some of those people have gone on to spirit now, but they're always remembered, and they're always remembered for the work that they've done and the work that they've carved out for people like me. And I hope now that I'll be in that space of helping to be able to carve out space for our younger writers and for our younger artists. So I'm telling you that because I wanted to share with you that I really took today's talk. I really took this as an important job, not just as, something that I would kind of collect together and get on stage and say. So maybe that's why I was so moved by Vivian's presentation, because she really talked about voice, and she really talked about that journey to voice, and she really talked about the importance of how we use that voice and how we come into that voice. So I want to begin, first of all, by, I want to say, first of all, good morning to everybody. I guess we're going on afternoon now. And I would also like to, again, extend I'd like to extend my thank you to the Inalkin Center for inviting me to the Ignite the Arts Festival. And I would also really like to give thanks to the Two Rivers Remix Society for asking me to do this talk this morning. It really is a true honor. So hi. In keeping with the theme of seeding our tongues, or seeding our stories, our tongues, and seeding regeneration. So I know that there's themes kind of each and every day. Today is seeding our tongues. And I have to tell you that, in a way this kind of feels natural, because I feel like I've always been writing about my tongue somehow. So this isn't a big stretch for me. So in keeping with seeding our stories, our tongues, and seeding regeneration, I guess, which is tomorrow, I wanted to, I got this together, Protecting the Sacred. So I've named my talk today, Seeding Our Tongues, Building a Good Lodge, Old School, all right? So this is some of my teachings that I'm sharing with you today. One of the things that I've been thinking about, and I straddle these kind of two worlds of, people like Tracy, people like Cease will know, we're all kind of the same age. We straddle these two worlds of where, when we were kids, when we were youngins, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have the internet, we just had good old-fashioned gossip. We'd get together, we'd gossip, we'd chew the fat. So we straddled these two worlds of where, we didn't have that stuff. And now it's like, all of us, we're always on Facebook. We're always on Twitter. We're always on Instagram. I haven't quite mastered the Snapchat and, that stuff yet. I think what's happening is that the older I get, the more I kind of recede into being an old man, of where I go, I don't know about this Facebook. I don't know about Twitter. I don't know about Instagram, although I like the pictures there. It's nice to connect, and it's nice to have a sense of community. And to tell the truth, it's the only reason that I ended up on social media was when Idle No More was happening. Because I'm actually intrinsically quite a private person. But when Idle No More was happening, I really wanted to know what was going on. And it seemed that more and more people that I knew were really getting involved on, of course, in activism, especially around Idle No More and all of the things that were happening across the country. And at that time, I was just, I'd been invited to go to Winnipeg to serve as writer-in-residence with University of Winnipeg. And there were flash round dance mobs that were happening. There there were events happening, and I really wanted to know what was going on. So I got on Facebook, and I got on Twitter, and I got on all of the social media stuff. And it was a really great way for a community. And suddenly it's like all these people were there, and voices, and this is what's going on, and people were doing kind of activism work, and it was really, really incredible, this whole sense of community. So I've been on social media since that time, and I've used social media for different purposes. I always knew one thing, though, with social media, is that I never ever wanted to use social media as, I don't know. I mean, I'm guilty of like posting food pics. Like, if I make a good bannock, it's like, or if I make like really good fry bread, that's like really golden brown and crispy. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna like take really sexy pictures of it, because I want all of you guys to go, shit, I wish I was with Schofield right now, having some of his bannock. It looks so good with raspberry jam. So I'm guilty of that, I realize it. But sometimes, not all the time. And of course, it's like, I post beadwork, I post, sometimes I'll post my thoughts about things, but I always wanted to use it for good. Like, I wanted to be good. I didn't want to be, I didn't want to be negative. I didn't want to be miserable. Like there's some people, they're just, I don't know. It's just, anyway, that's what my talk is about today, okay? So I'm going to go back. It's like we straddle. So Tracy's probably like, don't include me in this. See, I'm just picking you guys out here. Yeah, putting my fingers on you. We straddle these two worlds, and it's about figuring out how to use these two worlds. I don't know. Maybe one of these days, maybe one of these days soon, I'm just going to say, you know what? I'm just going to go back to visiting people. I'm just going to quit it all, and I'm just going to go back to visiting people. If I want to hear what they have to say, if I want to talk to them, well, I'm going to call them up, old school, old style, or whatever, and I'll figure out a way to come and visit, or next time I'm in their neck of the woods, I'll make arrangements to visit. Who knows? Or maybe I'll just end up staying on there, and I don't know. You have all kinds of people on Facebook, like the creepers, like people that, like, they never post anything, but, they, like, creep all the time. People that are, like, like, always, like, reposting stuff. People that, I don't know, people that, like, really, like, overshare, I mean, I'm guilty of that probably. People that overshare, people that, I don't know, it's all kinds of people. It's like, people do whatever they want on it. But anyway, this wasn't supposed to be a part of my talk today, but it's like I'm just, setting it all up, my talk here. So this is what I was thinking about when I was working on my keynote. I thought, seeding our tongues, like that could go in so many different ways. Like, I could write about language, well, which I ended up doing. I could write about stories, well, which I'm doing. I could write about, I don't know, I could write about anything. This idea of, seeding your tongue, like, you put seeds, and it's like, what's going to grow from there? What's going to grow from there? And is it going to be something good, something beautiful, like something, I don't know, like something ugly? Like, what's it going to be? So that's where I was going. So this is, I don't even want to call it a keynote. This is my talk today. So seeding our tongues, building a good, large, old school. And I'd like to begin this with a nihio, with the Cree proverb. And I've never ever begun anything before that I've ever done with a proverb. But this is really this really stuck with me, so much so that I had actually screenshotted it. Be truthful and respectful in our speech, which in itself is a miracle and a gift from the Creator, that we might use it only to speak good of each other and pass on the good things of life. Mio pima tesuan, the good life. Anasko winnimak is to pass something along. Mio pima tesuan. In Cree, a good life. We all work toward mio pima tesuan, to have a good life. I can't originally recall who shared this proverb on Facebook, but from the screenshot I took of it, it's dated August 7th, 2021. The English proverb is followed by Nihiawiwin, by Cree, which carries an even deeper meaning of the concept. I could probably spend the entire morning talking about the Cree concept of this proverb and the numerous sacred bundles that belong to each individual Cree word that's been translated here. But this morning, what I really want to talk about is I want to talk about building a good lodge. I want to talk about the lodges that each of us build throughout our lives, the ones on social media, the ones we build among our friends, lovers, and acquaintances, the ones we build to protect ourselves, and the ones we build with our tongues and words to destroy our enemies who, for whatever reason, we wish to make invisible, we wish to make silent. Yes, I'm getting to be old. I am getting to be old, and when I was younger, these things, the things that I'm talking about now, these things didn't really matter to me. I didn't care about sacred bundles, or I didn't care about good lodges. I didn't care about miracles and gifts. I didn't think really about passing along good things. Mio pimatesuin, the good life, anaskowinnimak, to pass it along. These things I didn't think about. Maybe I didn't think about them because the lodges of my childhood were so filled with disruption, filled with my mother's cries, the sounds of my stepfather's fists, the sound of a social worker's pen gliding across the paper, the silent sound of my auntie's heart breaking as it beat the constant grief at the death of her children. These things I didn't think about because I lived with them. There was no room to bring in any more sadness, any more fear, any more anger. There was only room to exist, to dream of other realities and other days. There was only room to hold the inner silence, to keep my own tongue from exploding. Back then, I didn't have words. Back then, I wouldn't have been able to say this, even if I did have words. Words, itwiwina in Cree. Words, no matter the language, hold power. We are taught this from the water time in our mother's womb. We are taught this when she speaks, when she sings, when she dreams. And when these words, itwiwina, become our own sound, made by our own breath, we become bundles of medicine, bundles of stories. Mio pima tesuin, the good life, anaskowinnimak, to pass along. Today, because of social media, there are millions upon trillions of words written and used each and every day. In the old days, kayas, when someone spoke, they did so with great thought. I will share this teaching with you, which was given to me at a time when I was finding my own words. This teaching goes, bullying behavior does not belong to us. Humiliation does not belong to us. In fact, humiliation is a direct legacy of residential school. These foreign and toxic behaviors take lives and they continue the work of colonization. Look to our languages because they hold traditional teachings. For example, Beya Tik in Nihiawiwin in Cree has been translated into English to mean be careful. The true meaning, however, is much deeper. It carries many sacred bundles. Beya Tik, if we are true to its teaching, means to give something a great amount of thought, to give something a great deal of consideration before acting upon it, to walk softly and purposefully around something or someone before responding. We are taught that all we do and say is maskigi, medicine. We create good or bad medicine with our words and actions. Therefore, Beya Tik, be cautious, be careful. Beya Tik, because this medicine returns to us. We do not exist without consequences. This is the law. I try to live by this teaching, although I have to remind myself often that I come up short, that I'm forgetting these sacred bundles. When this happens, I turn to another Cree word that brings me back to a place of Beya Tik. In fact, I have this other Cree word along with the syllabics tattooed on my left wrist. I often look at it throughout the day. I sometimes say the word over and over. Kiam, Kiam, let it be, let it go, never mind, forget about it. Like a river, the interpretations are limitless, and like any other body of water, it always flows into and joins another body of water. Perhaps at this confluence in the river, the teaching of Kiam swirls and waits for us to wash our faces, to wet our tongues. Kiam, Kiam, let it be, let it go, never mind, forget about it. I say this numerous times a day. I say this when I want to post a negative comment. I say this when I want to return to the hurt, when I want to return the hurt to those who have hurt me. I say this when I see hurt being caused by others. I say this when I am afraid. I say this when I'm frustrated. Kiam, Kiam. I say this when I beat myself up for not being good enough. Kiam, for not being everything I believe I should be. Kiam, Kiam. We are flowing into one another always. Maybe some of you will think I'm old and that I've lost my fight. And maybe that's true, maybe I am old. But I fight differently now. You see, it took me a long time to find my voice, to find words. It took me a long time to tell the stories about my mother's cries, my stepfather's fists, the sound of a social worker's pen gliding across the paper, and the sound of my auntie's heart breaking. And it took me a long time to tell the stories about my own struggles and anger, the stories about acceptance and belonging, the stories about having to find my own voice, the words. I fight differently now. Beya Tik. I try to find the longest and the straightest poles. I try to find them as a family. Once I have found them, I sit with them. I clean them. I prepare them. In the Nihiau, in the Cree tradition, it takes 15 poles to create a teepee, a lodge. These poles represent obedience, respect, humility, happiness, love, faith, kinship, cleanliness, thankfulness, sharing, strength, good child rearing, hope, ultimate protection, control flaps for the wind. You see, I've learned we're all just trying to control the wind. Kiam, kiam. This brings me to kind of the end of my short talk. I'm going to read a poem for you. But I'd like to leave you with these thoughts, and then I'm going to read you a poem. This is probably really what I want to say today. For you young artists, for the older artists, for all of us who are working with art, build a good lodge with your poems, your artwork, your thoughts on Twitter and Facebook. Build a good lodge, one that can hold thousands of visitors with your generous heart and far-seeing eyes. Build a good lodge with humility and courage, a lodge that is warmed by your love and kindness. And be careful, cautious, about who you allow to enter, about who you allow to take your warmth. There are a lot of hurt people who are still on their journey finding home, finding a place to build their lodge. Think about the footsteps you are leaving. Think about the medicine you are leaving. Think about the stories you are leaving. Think about the wind and how you have come to brace yourselves. Think about these things. Go back to the water time when sound was all you knew. You came into this world making sound. Leave it with good sound. Leave it with a good song. I want to leave you with a love poem. When I talk about good sound, I want to leave you with some good sound. I was very, very fortunate as a young man growing up with my adopted auntie, whose name, my late adopted auntie, Georgina Hool Young, who I was so incredibly fortunate to grow up at her kitchen table. I was so incredibly fortunate to grow up with the sounds of the Cree language. And although I'm far from a fluent speaker, I have enough of the language that I dream in Cree, I write in Cree, I think in Cree. So I want to leave you this poem today. It's called, I'll Teach You Cree. I'll teach you Cree with the tip of my spring tongue. Ayi ki, your mouth will be the web catching Apikis's words, a crawling out ceremony that cannot be translated. How Pikisqui. I'll teach you Cree, ni hiyawi wind that is the taste of bimi, egwasaskutumana. Your mouth will be the branches I am picking clean, a summer heat ceremony that cannot be translated. How Pikisqui. I'll teach you Cree in the winter, pipun, when the dogs curl against our backs. Your mouth will be pawachakana sispisim that cannot be translated. It will be a ceremony. How Pikisqui. I'll teach you Cree, ikok mistahi sagitan. It will be in the fall, this ceremony. You will have the mouth of a beaver, thick and luminescent. I will make my camp there. ikok mistahi isagitan. This cannot be translated. How? Pikisqui. Now speak. Just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. I'm grateful for all of you who have come this morning, who've given me this opportunity to speak, to listen to my words. I hope that, as I said, I hope mio pimatisuin, I hope this adds to a good life for you. I hope that these words resonate with you. I hope that you can accept them as a gift, because they were intended as a gift today. So thank you. I don't know if I'm supposed to answer questions. Yeah? Okay. I guess I'm supposed to answer questions. Sure. I think is there a question back there? Yeah.
Hi, name Gregory. I haven't seen you in person in so long, you probably don't remember me. I'm from the Urban Shaman crowd in Winnipeg.
Right. Hello, it's good to see you again.
Jimmy Rich, for your beautiful words today.
Thank you.
I'm so glad we got to have you here. I'm going to sort of get right into the guts of things. And when you, as all artists, most artists, or all artists do, we get stuck sometimes with our creative process. How do you work your way out of that?
How do I work my way out of that? Well, I do a lot of beadwork. I don't know. I think probably my best answer for that is that when I'm not writing, like when I'm not working with words, I'm working with beads. And maybe I was talking about my auntie's kitchen table, because often storytelling happened at her table, and she was also sewing at the same time. And at some point, I started sewing. She taught me beadwork, and at some point, I started sewing along with her. So I think maybe I make this kind of natural connection between beadwork and sewing and stories and thinking. So when I'm not actually writing, I'm usually doing beadwork. I think one of the biggest things that's really hard for an artist, and one of the things that I think it's important to be disciplined, like anything, but I think that there's also a really fine line that we can step over, of where we begin to beat ourselves up for not creating and for not, doing as much as we think we should be doing. And I think once we start doing that, then we just, in a way, we chase the spirits away that we're trying to call in to help us do that work. So, I mean, for me, when I'm sewing, when I'm beading, I just am in this really meditative space. And I think what I'm probably doing is I'm just trying to make room for the grannies, the grandpas, for the ancestors to kind of come in and help me navigate that space and get me in a space. Because I think we need to be, creativity and the act of creation, whether it's writing, whether it's dance, whether it's music, writing a song, whether it's painting, a painting, we're in an active ceremony. And, many people have many different ways of engaging with that ceremony, but I really believe that it's a ceremony that we're engaged in, and we need to be ready for that.
Who? Oh.
Hello, my name is Andre.
Hi, Andre.
My mother's name is Sutherland,
Oh,
from Moose Factory.
right.
And I was 40 before I met my family. And I asked them where Sutherland came from. Like I've studied the history and the fur trade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And no one would speak. And then all of a sudden, these two little kids come in the room and they have auburn hair. These used to be red. And I said, there, where'd that color come from? And finally, one of them says, oh, your great-great-grandfather was Andrew Sutherland, red-headed Scotsman, worked for Hudson Bay.
Yep.
So you mentioned about the Hudson Bay keeping good records.
Yeah.
How would I look into that?
So the way you would look at that, and I know the Sutherland name, big family name. Hudson's Bay, so in Winnipeg, there's the Hudson's Bay Archives. And I think it actually might be online. So you can find, so if your ancestor, great-great-grandfather, if he worked for Hudson's Bay Company, which he probably did, then they should have like all of his employment stuff, and then you can find the information through there. So it might be online, but that's the Hudson's Bay Archives.
Okay, so that's just in...
Yeah, so you can Google Hudson's Bay Archives and see if there is like a website that you can find that information. So I know that there's, like I've got a lot of my ancestor grandfathers, like I've got their employment certificates, and it gives you all of this information about them, like, you know, when they arrived in country, what posts they ended up at, you know, where they were born, who their parents were.
Oh, yeah.
You know, all of that information, what their job was, you know, where they moved around. Their kids sometimes will be listed, so, yeah. So look at the Hudson's Bay Archives. And then there's also a lot of Métis families, like Métis family sites of where there's conversations that you can have, like about families and stuff. The Sutherlands, I know, like Moose Factory, kind of that area. Really interesting because a lot of that is Orkney ancestry.
Exactly.
And so, so a lot of that is the Orkney ancestry. And a lot of those kind of descendants from like Moose Factory, especially the women and their husbands, the original ones, a lot of the descendants, their kids from Moose Factory, places like East Maine, Quebec, a lot of those families migrated down with their husbands as they were being posted, migrated down to places in northern Manitoba like York Factory, Oxford House, and then their kids ended up kind of going on to the Red River. So there's usually a big long trail that you can kind of follow with families.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So good luck with that search. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can keep in touch and give me some pointers on that.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love your
Thank you. Thank you.
I was just wondering if you have any ties to Kikino. My kids have their grandmother was Métis Boucher.
The Bouchers, we're not related. No.
No.
No connections to Kikino or the Bouchers.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Anybody out there that's related to Whitfords or Hendersons or Cusseters, then we're probably related.
And the Hools, there's a lot of Hools in Saddle Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where my kids are from.
So Saddle Lake, we are related to the Whitfords in Saddle Lake. My great uncle actually started a community right beside Saddle Lake, and it was called Whitford Lake. And it was a half-breed settlement. So a lot of those families, the Whitfords, ended up there. And when the treaty makers came, a lot of those Whitfords got treaty from Saddle Lake. So we're related. We're related to those Whitfords.
Thank you.
Yep.
Another question?
Okay. No, this is it. I go home today. Yeah, I flew in and I'm flying out. All right, thank you.
Beautiful. Book from Dita's books. And this is my band.
Oh, that's fabulous. Good, okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy for this. That's awesome. Thank you.
Oh, hi, everybody. That's so exciting. Yeah, I've just been reflecting as well, I'm sure everybody here, just how there's so much beauty and talent to just sit and soak it in and be fully present. Like, you know, we're so blessed because, I don't know, it's a Monday. We could be doing, you know, day-to-day stuff, and we're here just sitting and listening and observing and watching the beauty of our peoples. Speaking of which, we have people here from the Naukin Center to teach us a little bit about the bulrush making. You want to come? I'll hand it over. Okay.
We'll just wait for the PowerPoint to be brought up. Kind of don't need this. Yeah. Yeah. But the title is on the first slide. So, the light is kind of, it's the skylight from the skylight. But anyways, our presentation is called How We Are in Community with the Bulrush Cattail. I'm Dr. Michelle Jack from Anaukin, and I'm the head of visual arts. And this is Chad Enius, who does e-community place with Anaukin. So we'll just briefly introduce ourselves, and then we'll talk about what we're going to be doing with the bulrush and the cattail is we're going to be making the mat outside. So after our PowerPoint and presentation, then we're going to set it up for everybody to work with for the rest of the Confluence conference. So just kind of giving you a prequel of what we're going to do with that. But anyway, so I just wanted to take the chance to, should I point it this way? Don't know. Oh, there. Okay. I just wanted to take a chance so that you, since we have the opportunity of the screen with the PowerPoint, for you to see a semi-short introduction, our language that's written out that is mine, but just so that you could see it in the language. Why Haskell in Chai Squeeze Sunum Tiet or Dr. Michelle Jack, Kentelson Pinkton Una Speecha. So this is a more elaborate one of telling you who my parents and my grandparents are. And that's our traditional introduction. Like many of you have heard, but we're shortening it when we're doing, you know, sort of presentations and all of that. So I just wanted you a chance to get to see that. And then I'll hand it over to Chad. He's going to talk a little bit about e-community place, and then we'll be going into the background of the bulrush. So.
Why Haskell Halti squeezing Killoch Chin Kintel Milmil Teeth T Sichi Sich me Penunum in Quilquelton Conceal Yaden Klachap Kicken Cool East Chich Kanaskanum Kul Njalium. So my relatives come from the Columbia River. We're salmon people of the river. But I live here in Penticton up the mountains where the poplar trees grow. My name is Chad Enius, and I work here at the Inalkin Center. I'm honored and privileged to work here with such an innovative and powerful organization that is in place to protect our identity and heritage, our language, our ways of being and knowing. And this place represents that foundation of our culture, our creation story. These story poles represent time when we were created as humans and put on this earth. So we're grateful that we have the space that the Creator has given us. The Creator, He's the one that put us here in our lands. I want to acknowledge our grandma over there, Hazel, and our elder representative, Rose. We couldn't do this work, this important work, without all the time and energy and your contributions to where we are today. So I really want to hold my hands up to you for the work. But so the idea, right? This is an arts conference, so I'll talk about some of the linkages to creativity and innovation. So you can see there's 4 story poles there, which represent the 4 chiefs in our creation story about how we came to be. And one of them, the sia, the seed, the berry that hangs, that's surrounded by the sweetness of what it needs to start a new life. The idea of a seed is that of newness, growth. And we can link that in our story to creativity, innovation, and visioning, which is a little bit different than traditional, the old ways, the ways that we've always done things. So in our creation story, our seal creation story, the construct of our identity, our culture, is founded in balance between tradition and innovation, between relationship and the actions that are necessary for us to live and be. So the concept of e-community place came about 25 years ago, built on the same idea that people are part of place. 96% of the riparian habitat in the South Okanagan has been drastically altered or destroyed so that it cannot sustain the habitat for the multi-species that are going to be extinct without that. So think about that. Our relatives are facing extinction in the wetland riparian areas. In this place, it's the hotspot for species at risk in Canada, in this country. So the idea of people as a part of place is the core concept of e-community place. We need to learn how to live in harmony, as our stories tell us, with the natural world. And we can build on that. We can speak for those things that can't speak for themselves. And we have a responsibility to do that. The flat tules show us that many of the different ideas, thoughts, or ways of doing things can come together and serve a greater purpose. If you look at it, how it's interweaved, it shows us the interdependency that we rely on for our living, for our life. So there's lots of things that we can share and we want to share, and I'll let Michelle share a little bit more about some of the things that they've been working on through the arts program. But for the past 15 years, we've been working really hard with many partners to protect and preserve some of the last remaining wetlands in the South Okanagan here through the Anauken Center, where, you know, how this, you know, really unsightly kind of riparian area, if you think about, you know, beautification and parks, it doesn't really include swamps. It doesn't really include those things that are necessary to filter out and clean the most precious thing that we have, water. That's why these things are important in our culture, in our heritage, in the way that we get along with the world. They have spiritual significance in our ceremonies. You know, I was here last night and throughout the last couple of days, and I want to say thank you to everybody who's sharing a part of yourself. This is the world that we live in. And the way that we see that and share that, this is an example of how small the world really is, how precious it is. So we need to take care of each other. And I think there's some really good examples, you know, that have been embedded in the conference, but also in the work that's being put together. So, you know, I just want to say thanks for coming to our house and visiting us and sharing a part of yourself, bringing that world that's outside of here to this place. You know, and I'll turn it over. There's a clock right down here, so I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle and just say, you know, anything that we do, one piece, one little connection that we can make, it starts to add to that bigger picture, to that foundation of moving forward together. And we truly do need to do that. 96% of the habitat in the wetland area here in the South Okanagan has been drastically altered or destroyed. Our relationship with the natural world requires us to speak for those things that cannot speak for themselves. And this is one way we can do that. Limlimt.
Limlimt, Chad. I think I'm going to move this. So you can see behind me this piece. It's at the art gallery, but the name of it is Continuing to Seed the Mother's Emergence of the Next Ancestors. So this is a combined of a piece that I made specifically of what Catherine and I both work with all our NAPAT students doing, making natural paper and then also tule or cattail leaf mats, and this is a bigger, larger cattail leaf mat over my seed paper. So the seed paper, we've had a bunch of different recipes for making that, and last year I wanted to revise that so it had no toxic ingredients in it, and so we're working a lot to just use natural starches or ways to keep the paper together, because this specific paper, the reason I made it a heart is also olive seeds, right? So I wanted it to be able to still be what it is, and if in the future it could reseed wherever it needs to be, right, for our people. So it is, it's about this big, that piece of paper, but it's only made of the seeds. So the way that I had it stay together was by just having those different kinds of starch to keep it together, but it's fragile. So I wanted it to still be able to do its purpose, because other ways of making natural paper, it kind of can combine or have harsher ingredients in it. Also, if you add a little bit of paper fibers, it has the bleaches or whatever is in that paper in it. So I didn't want to have any of that in this for it to still be what its purpose is from our plant relatives, and to honor them and make sure that we had, like, it's kind of like its own seed bank, that heart, right? So, and then the importance of how that's woven is with the mat. So just to give you an idea, and there's a close-up of that same mat in the background behind it. But if you want to see it in person, it's at the art gallery in our NIPAT show. And it's up until May 13th, so please come and see it all. Then we have lots of work from all of our alumni and invited artists and our current NIPAT students, so, and some of our faculty and staff also. But these are kind of some of the main points that why, or the meaning of this, the why of this piece, right? It honors all of our creative spirit. Our creative spirit has seeds, right? Seeds of ideas, and the importance of everyone's voice in our community to be able to be woven together. That's why we're doing this specific practice with everybody for the Confluence Conference, because we've brought a lot of different people, different ideas, different traditions, different stories, different languages all together of our Indigenous people, and it's can symbolize that of everyone contributing something so that every individual voice is heard, and to work to heal all the issues that being embedded in colonial structures has had upon our people in multiple ways. So, and to remember that we need to listen to our plant elders for the next generation to be good ancestors. So, as we continue with the Confluence together, and this gathering continues, we want everybody to have, if you have a chance and you're very interested from your heart, to come out in the front yard part and add a leaf or part of the weaving to the mat. So I'm going to set that up outside as soon as we are done with our presentation here, so that everybody please come and visit and help weave it. And we'll see how big or small it is, or if we're going to combine a couple, or what we're going to do. So it will be fun. And then I just wanted to share a couple pieces with you. This is kind of stretched out a bit and condensed, because this is a longer piece, but this is a piece called Tumhula o Okanakin, but this, I wanted to specifically use how this first linguistic spelling of Okanakin is. It's from Tony Matina's original dictionary, and he was the first person that really helped make our language written. So, and he worked a lot with our elders, and including my grandmother and my late auntie and all of them with figuring out that whole way of doing that. And so just in honor of him and all his work and his commitment to our language and our people. So, and this is like a combined image. If you look at it this way, you'll see that it's like one river bend. It's also St. Pinkton, the land between the two lakes, and then a couple of our different specific mountains in our territory, and they're all layered on each other because it's one place. And then some of our petroglyphs about the sky. So that's one of my, I also do photography and film, but this is my painting work. So And then this piece is about all the salmon chiefs coming back. So I made this in 2017, and we had it in our show before, but it's all 4 of the different salmon chiefs that we have, and I worked hard to make sure that it, was their characteristics and all of that. And it's the sun breathing life back into the rivers to bring the salmon chiefs back. And then the last image that I want to share with you is a giant bitterroot. This image is one of my photo pieces, but it's one of our elders' hands that has, that's with the ancestors now, but when we were digging roots in, like 1998, we went out down to Inkamip and we were digging roots, and she found this giant one, and so I photographed her hand with it. Actually, it was Lily Armstrong. So, and so I made this piece it's about 20 by 20, but I did a lot of different painter work on top of the photograph. So, a lot in person, people aren't sure if it's a painting or a photograph, which is the point. So. But yeah, we wanted to share that with you and invite you to be part of that mat. So, Lemlemt.
We want to acknowledge the organizers for the conference, the Nowkin Center. We want to acknowledge Jeanette, Tracy, and everybody that's contributed to it. For us, it's those who nurture the environment that we get to enjoy and experience, that we want to hold our hands up to every day when nobody's looking. That's when it really matters. Why? Lim.
She packed her bags this morning and headed down the road. Didn't know where she was going. She had a long, long way to go. A long, long way to go. Get away from this city. She said there's nothing.
Hi. All right, so hopefully there's not a mad rush to go work with the bull rush. Oh, that was cheesy. Okay. We have Leroy Joe. He's waiting in the wings here. He's Lilwat. He wanted me to mention that he's been blending the language and chanting style with reggae and world music to create a unique roots rock sound. He also plays many genres, including bluegrass, reggae, jazz, rock, folk, and pop. I'd love to invite Leroy Joe to the stage. Everybody. Yay. Woo! He's cheering for himself. Come on, guys. Come on up. Woo!
Everything I need is right here. I see a cousin from Schatio Auntie here. Oh, hey, how are you guys? Cooks Katlwaelch. Hi, Auntie. It's Leroy from Mount Curry. How's everybody doing? Good to see all thousands of you. I promised my partner, my wife, that I won't say anything silly, but too late for that. I definitely won't do my jokes, so I'll try not to. Anyway, where was I? Katwa'el, snaknukwa. inches piush Stadlem machkan little wat mach cooks machkan up I'm a klakshu wa I'm a new lap nukwa Chlom Zeiten was cha spintikten schwapmach Hama Skilch, I'm a cookstem. So I said, welcome. My name is, my ancestral or tribal name is Piyush. You have to spit when you say that name. And it means, it was my grandfather's name, and it means cute or baby face. I'm serious. There's a picture of my grandfather I found when he was about 3 or 4, and he literally had a little face. And that's why he got that name. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was like probably around 1913, he was in the back of a truck with his dad and all his siblings. And I found that, and I said, hey, he does look like a doll face. So that's the name he gave him. And he tried to offer that name to his sons. They didn't want it because it was too embarrassing. And there I was 10, oh, take it. So he gave it to me. And then after he wasn't around, but when I was 23, they gave it to me in a ceremony. So that's my name. And I also said, thank you for all being here for this amazing honoring event that we're doing. And thank you, Mika and the crew for this, what they've been doing for years. And, you know, it's something that I've been a part of, I think it's 2016 in Lytton. You know, I drove through Lytton the other day, and man, it really, really touched me. And I was thinking about all the people there. It gets me emotional thinking about it. But anyway, I've been thinking about this for a while because I talked with Mika a couple months ago about presenting or doing something like this, and I've never really talked about my life and journey through music, really. I mostly talk about my recovery days because I've been a non-drinker now for a lot of years, and that's usually the story I talk about, and it's a rather sometimes bleak and dark story, but with a good, you know, a good ending. Well, still a journey for me. You know, like I said, I grew up in Mount Currie. I put on here the streets of the Mount Currie Indian Band just to be political, because that's how I am. Because I don't call it the Mount Currie Indian Band. It's such an offensive thing to say Indian Band. You know, where I'm from, Lilwat, part of Shlatlem, which ranges from Pavilion down to Chachcha, Squailach down to Chachcha. And right now I'm working in Chachcha as a teacher. So I'm at the southernmost part of our Shlatlem territory. And my grandmother was from Squailach, the northernmost, and I'm from Lilwat. So I'm a true Shlatlem, that's what I, and my grandfather's mom was from Shamakwam. So that's how I feel, true Shlatlem. And there's people say Statlium, Statlemuch, but I just say Statlim. That's how my grandfather said it. All right, so I got my notes here, my green book. Just thinking about music, and my wife asked me, "What's the first music or song I remember?" And I had to really think about it. I can't really pinpoint it, but I know it was Elvis, the Beatles, you know, all that stuff that was playing throughout the mid to late 60s, I guess. But to be honest, the music that really sticks with me is that heavy blues and rock that I was forced to listen to as a child because of all the partying. But that was prominent. So I'm thinking Rolling Stones, Deep Purple, Black Sabbath. But what really, really got me into music was the live music at home. And I was exposed to live music because at the time, during that day, those dark days, the music was always playing live at the old hall. I'm talking 2 weeks straight every night in the winter, in the early to mid 70s to the late 70s. Sometimes the bands would play every night. Us being unsupervised, we would go and watch. And it really struck me, these amazing guitar players like Gordy Dick, my uncle Ricardo, and Pete Joe. These were my early heroes of music. And I'm very close with my uncle to this day. And excuse me, he had this black electric guitar that I was enamored with. And I'd go and take it on him, and he'd have to take it back. But finally, he gave it to me when I was 10. And I cherished that thing. And music is never, or playing the guitar was never a hard thing for me. I just just something that I like to do. And, you know, as a young person, I wanted to learn. And set my path to being a musician. I had all these fancy ideas of being in a band and going on tour and making records and all this fantasy stuff. But, you know, during that time when I was a teenager, I started to drink. And not just a little bit. I drank hard for years. So it kind of got in the way of my dreams. But I still played in bands. I'm getting a little bit away from what I was trying to say, but my first gig, one of my uncles, I grew up in a family, my uncles, my cousins, my grandfather, they all were musicians. So it was something that was around. And one night, one of my uncles knew I played guitar. And he phoned and he said, "Oh, nephew, do you play bass?" And I told him, "No, I don't. I don't play bass." And he said, "Well, it's just the bottom 4 strings on your guitar. It's the same thing." I said, "Okay." I said, "Why?" He goes, "Well, come to the hall. We need you. We need a bass player." Boy, my heart dropped. Man, I think I was 19 or 20. I don't know, one of those. And then so I went and I played and learned maybe 40 songs that night. I got paid $150 or 175. I remember it was 175 because my other uncle played a gig in Lillooet, and the next day we were talking. I said, "Hey, I got $175 for playing, Uncle." And he was like, "Wow, you made way more than I did." And so that was my first gig. And then from then on, that's when I thought I'd get back on track to be a musician and form my own bands. But, you know, the alcohol really, really played a lot of tricks on me, you know. So I knew I needed help. I knew I needed help from that stuff since I was 17. You know, I woke up one weekend. I didn't remember anything. It was Sunday. I was 17. I woke up. And I said, "I need help. I think I'm an alcoholic," you know. 17 years old, having that realization. And so that started the path for me to try to do something about it. But it wasn't until I was 19 till I really tried to make an effort. And that was my first journey into sobriety. But over the years, up and down, in and out, me and my buddy have the record for 5 treatment centers each on the res. It's still stands. We joke about it, but it was a hard journey. And then, I kept on trying to do music, writing songs. A lot of my early songs were like cheesy love songs. I still have some of them and know some of them, but I won't sing them ever again. Never, man. I was just like, wow. I look at and see the lyrics and I'm just like, man. It's really, really comical for me. Oh, I was so heartbroken though. Gee. So that was my first attempt at writing music. And it just happened because I was heartbroken or in love or whatever. And then, I was working in Vancouver in 1990 as a special events coordinator trainee for that Stein Valley Music Festival when the crisis in Oka happened. And then, of course, our people put up a roadblock to support them. And I felt that right away because of my early history in resistance. I was 10 years old when I joined AIM. Yeah, and I went to block roads with them. That made they made a big impression on me because they treated me like I was special. Little brother, little warrior. And I never had that. So it made a very big impression on me. I learned that AIM song. I still sing it all the time. I used to sing it in the back of my granny's yard there with pots and pans, 4 or 5 kids belting out the AIM song. So that really stuck with me. And I came home, Mom, we got to save the land. We got to save the earth. They're taking our land. The shamans are taking our land. And she said, you not hanging around with AIM anymore. She was pretty upset. So she sent me, I guess she sent me to public school after that. And there I languished till I left. I went to public school and I was shamed there. I was shamed for singing and dancing our ways. And so I stopped because they were making fun of me. The non-Indigenous and the Indigenous. That was part of my show and tell. Man, I remember it. And so it really did something to me, and it changed how I thought about a lot of things up to that point. 10 years old, right? Excuse me. So I'm slowly getting to where I'm going to talk about language, but I was still in public school till grade 10, and I was getting into bull riding and rodeo. And if I went to Mount Currie School, we didn't have to pay for the bull riding school. It was $500. There's no way my mom was paying for that. So I packed up my locker sometime in mid-September, and I said, like I always did, I made my own decisions. And I moved schools. I went home just so I can get into bull riding for free, I remember my mom was so upset. But a thing happened, something happened. I went to my first language class, and I knew Bert Williams, a famous bull rider in Mount Currie. And he was our language teacher. And I was so excited. Wow, I'm going to learn our Ukulmik, and I went in, I sat down, I was waiting for Bert, and this white guy comes, and he starts speaking Ukulmik to us. He was a linguist, Jan Van Eyck. I guess Bert was away rodeoing, so Jan was the sub. And I was like, what the heck? Hashem is teaching us Uchel. What's going on here? So I went and talked to my papa. I said, Papa, there's a Shama teaching language. I told him, he goes, oh, he's a really good guy. Yeah, you're going to learn lots from him. So I was 15, and that was my journey to start to learn Uchel, our language. I'll never forget that day. But my language learning started when I was little, because I was raised by my grandparents. But at that time, they'd already made a decision not to speak our language because they thought we'd have a better way in the world if we spoke English. But I'd listen to them every morning. They'd be up at 4 in the morning. I could hear them talk, telling stories. And I always hear my granny, that means you're full of it, saying that to my papa. I'll never forget that. But that was my start. So I started to listen. And I was fortunate enough to pick up and to remember a lot of the words and expressions, because our language, as you know, as many indigenous languages, very expressive. Excuse me. So, going back to Jan, the linguist, I started to want to learn the language. We got to save the language. We always hear that. And over the years, like I said, my path went really crazy with drug and alcohol abuse. I remember my first memory. I was passing a bottle around. That was my first memory. So, growing up that way, I had to survive. Being a Shishma, half-breed, I never knew my biological person. And my mom, was on her own when she delivered me in Squamish in 1966. So, I had a lot of gifts as a child. I could do things faster, more efficient than a lot of kids my age. That's just how it was. But growing up, I also had to do a lot of fighting. I fought a lot because I had to stick up for myself because I was smaller than everybody. So that's kind of shaped my path, fighting, never giving up. I'm 56 now. I raised 5 mostly amazing daughters. Just kidding. They're all amazing. My youngest is 24. She's going to be performing with us. She's in my band. But I have 5 grandchildren. I've been married it'll be 25 years. I've been 26 years clean and sober. I've developed a freaking gambling addiction along the way, but I'm dealing with that, which is awesome. Because, man, that's a tough on the pockets. Work so hard. And so I do a lot of things. I'm very resourceful. Very resourceful. I have a job, but I got other jobs too. So that's just me. That's just a little bit of me. I do a high tech and low tech. Right? I'm a teacher. I teach grade 3 to 5. I have 3 students. They're so amazing. I've missed them already. I started my late certified teaching career this past November. I achieved a Bachelor of Education through online and distance education. But prior to that, I was teaching language since 2013, language and culture. So, any questions yet? No? Okay, good. I'll talk a little bit now about, music. I moved to, What was my experience with? Yeah, so in 1990, you guys heard of the Stein Valley Festival, right? It became this big event in Lil'wat in '89, and so they needed people to learn how to do it. And so I signed up as a special events coordinator, and I was working in Vancouver, learning how to run a festival. I was in charge of volunteers for the children's volunteers and the children's stage. So I learned a lot. I got a lot of experience. I met some of the artists, Sarah McLaughlin, Blue Rodeo, Gordon Lightfoot. So that had a big impression on me to what the music biz and running festivals is huge work. And the guy that was running was John McCandles. Yeah. He was quite the guy. I actually quit because they decided to move the festival from Lil'wat to Tawasin. Kind of shut down a little bit. But we went through it, and we did the festival. It was a success. And then after that, I just kind of quit, and that's when the roadblock happened. So I moved home, and yeah. So in '95, I moved to Nelson and went to the music school there to learn to be a better musician. I didn't realize that they based a lot of stuff on jazz, and that's when I found jazz music, and I learned to read and write music, and I just immersed into music 7 days a week. That's all I was doing was practicing and rehearsing and lessons and writing and reading, and it was so awesome. Unfortunately, so that time I was able to stay sober for a year, but I'd slowly fallen back into alcohol. And the last 9 months of, I tried to go back to school, but I couldn't do it just because I was drinking every day. I went on a 9-month binge, June till February, 96 to 97, like literally drinking and doing drugs every day. So that was really hard because I had 2 young daughters at the time, and I couldn't see them because I was such a mess that I was court ordered not to see them. But yeah, but I finally, I was able to get some help, and yes, what's 2023 now? So it's been a long time. Yeah. When I was in Nelson, actually, I was in Europe in '92. There's another. I traveled a lot as well. So I went to Europe in '92. I was lobbying against clear-cut logging and the corporations, all on my own. I had a backpack and a guitar. I had no money. I bingoed $500 to buy a plane ticket over. Isn't that funny? I was telling my mom, I'm going to Europe. She's like, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm buying a ticket one way. And she got so mad. So she gave me $200 to buy a return ticket. Poor mom. So I was there, and then I was doing some gigs, really writing angry freaking songs. I called them, where did I wrote it down here? Angry reservation folk songs. That's what I call them. Yeah, fuck the government. I wrote a song called I Ain't Your Indian, and it starts off, I ain't American, I ain't Canadian, 'cause I was born on this here reservation. So that's the kind of songs I was starting to write, really angry. That's where it started. The music that I'm writing today, it kind of started from there. And I went to Nelson. I got really into reggae. I discovered Bob Marley. I've been smoking weed forever up until that point. And I was hanging out with these young people mostly from Toronto, and they were young people, like 18, 19, and they could really play music, bluegrass music. So I hung out with them and I learned to play bluegrass. But they also played Bob Marley, reggae, and so I got into that. And then I started writing this song. I called it Kukpi. But I was like, yeah, it's kind of cool. So I wrote some words and some language with this song, and I kind of just never really did anything with it. And so, you know, after I got into sobriety and wellness, I never really played music as much because I'd only played while being intoxicated, or if I was in a band, just partied and drank all weekend. So I didn't know what to really, I didn't have no desire anymore because, you know, I was having, I met my wife and she had 2 daughters already. So we had a blended family. I had 4 daughters. They're all the same age, basically. Then we had another daughter. So I became a family man. You know, I'd go to work. Yeah, those are the early days of, excuse me, my relationship. But I play some music here and there. And then, you know, something happened in 2007. I was working for the Cultural Center. We were doing, this was the early inception of First Voices. So we were recording our language and uploading it to First Voices site. Excuse me, pants are falling down. And a real good friend of mine, we were working together. We'd known each other for years. And I'll go back a little. I've been singing our hand drum songs since I was little. I remember them. I learned them. I know them all. I was taught them by the elders. And of course, during the resistance and roadblock, man, we sang and sang and sang and sang hours. We marched, had to be 5 or 6 kilometers in the rain singing one time back east. I went on a As the Rivers Flows caravan, and we protested every dam, highway, bridge, right to Oka. And I ended up in northern Quebec. And over there, we saw Cashton, and that really had an impression on me. You guys know Cashton? Yeah? Ginano, Ginano, you know? So that, I was like, wow, they're singing in their language. It's just amazing music. Anybody ever hear of Don Ross? He's a Métis classical guitar player. So good. Willie Dunn, folk singer. So I started to find Indigenous musicians. I remember the only Indigenous music I listened to was from home and Redbone and Buffy St. Marie. That was it. There's nobody else. I didn't know about Link Ray or Robbie Robertson. I didn't know they were Aboriginal or Indigenous. So, you know, one of the hit songs at home was that Redbone chant of the 13th hour, right? Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. So they played that at the dances, and it was really amazing. So up until that point, I had no, you know, I didn't even know there was Native people living past Alberta. That's how raised I was. I met this guy in Vancouver in 1990, and he had braids, and he looked different. So I said, where are you from? He goes, oh, I'm from Toronto. I said, there's Indians in Toronto? And he was looking at me like I was stupid. I was serious, you know? So it's funny because that's how, yeah. So he was looking at me funny, and then I remember thinking, I gotta go east. And I did go east. I went and visited many communities across Canada. We're all the same, man. We're all the same. We have that connection right up to northern Quebec and Sesame, the Bush Cree. You know, a lot of stuff they do, we do. How can that happen? So the connections are what really, really makes an impression on me and how I am and feel about being who I am. So, 2007, I was in this room with a friend. And at that time, I started fiddling with our hand drum songs in, just playing it. And then I picked it up and I put it on my guitar, the melody. That's the berry picking song. So I was picking the melody. I found some chords. Man, this is like really reggae. Wow, this is reggae, I was saying. And I started singing, Wish we maskalula, kwekhoshati machal, hana, 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 hoyo. Wow, I thought, I got chills as I am now. And I told my friend, I said, listen. And then she started singing, and man, it felt so good. It was a very emotional moment because that friend, we're not friends anymore. That's okay. That's life, right? So that song came. It's an old song. I remember singing it when I was a little kid. It's about berry picking. A long time ago, our people would go pick the huckleberries from the mountain, Owl Mountain, Shkalula. So the words, Hweshtwe Mashkalula, Kwakoshat Makal, Hana. But there's other lyrics to it too. And they started talking about school, young girls waiting for their schoolboys to come. So it's like a courting song. And so I took that song and I started writing lyrics. It's a love song. I call it the True Love Berry Picking Song. So that was the start of what I do now. You know, I've wrote and played, jazz, metal, rock, blues, country, bluegrass. And this music, it's really special to me because it's taken a long time to get to where it is now. We just finished our third recording, and it's coming out in a couple of weeks or less. But you can download the first single on our website, spiritualwarriors.ca. It's called O Amashkait. It means good day. It's a good day. So I went from writing these, a lot of angry music to more uplifting and positive. But I still have a message for the struggle. I still write. Those warriors that I hung with, they're all gone now. Yeah. So when I write music, I think about them because they really liked it. So that song, the berry picking song, it's really, I heard my grandfather sing that song when I was little, and he sang it really way different. I call it the old way. It's almost like he's crying when he's singing it. That's how he sang it every time. He could almost not finish it without crying, because it really was hard for him. He was in residential school. He said he was in grade 6 for 8 years, and he'd laugh about it because it was funny. He said, then they kicked me out. But when he sang that song, you could feel the ancestors, So I'm fortunate to be able to speak what I can speak. I'm not fluent yet. I can read and write fluent. I've studied linguistics, studied our language, I record it. And, my grandfather, he told me when he was a kid, his grandfather told him that the language was changing from when he was a kid. Because he was telling me one time the language is changing, and it is changing. And that's just the way it is. It's not that it's wrong. People are saying words different. It's just the way it goes. I mean, any language that you speak or sing is a positive thing. Any word is precious, One of the hardest words, an elder, when I was trying to learn, she told me, if you can say this word, you can speak the language. And the word is, I gotta wet my lips to say it here. Yeah, right? And that word, it's a number. 666. Right? I was born in 66. Gee, there's all these sixes in my life. But that I will never forget that. And I couldn't say it at first. I tried and tried. Even my granny used to laugh at me when I tried to say a word, and she'd say, you sound like a shama when you're saying that. So I worked hard. I try not to correct people, though, because people get offended. I just listen, and if they ask, I'll let them know. I won't say, that's not how you say it, right? That's not me. Okay, going back to that song. So we did that song. I wrote it, the lyrics to it. I used our traditional language and the chant for the bass part of that song. And then I went, well, maybe I can do that to other songs. So I did The Wild Man. And then I have hand drum songs that I compose. So I started writing music on that. And next thing you know, we had a band. They were called Kalanui, which in our language means to listen. I went to see my bro Rich. He's from New Brunswick. He's Acadian, he calls himself. And he's an amazing djembe player. I said, Rich, we're going to make this band. It's called Kalanui. It's this reggae thing. It's going to be amazing. You guys know who Russell Wallace is? All right, Russell. He's from Lil'wat. So I phoned Russell up. Russell, we're going to start this band, and we're going to sing in our language. It's going to be reggae. It's going to be freaking amazing. And he goes, oh, okay, sure. Russell, he's, sounds good. So we rehearsed a little, and we had a drum, a djembe. Russell would bring whatever instrument. He plays every instrument, and I had an acoustic guitar. So we were just like an acoustic group. We started doing some songs. The next thing you know, I got a letter in the mail saying, oh, you've been approved for this $10,000 grant. And I was like, what is this? And Russell did it. He applied for the grant under my name. That's how he does things. So we recorded this CD called Celebrate. And it's amazing. It's so close and dear to me, that recording, because it started it, right? We won an award, something that was beyond what we dreamed of. Then we became electric. And then it just developed more and more. You know, I have a bunch of those CDs I'll be bringing on Wednesday to our show. We were tracking up, and then, unfortunately, I had a falling out with my friend. But I tried to keep the band going. Rich, he was upset too, so he kind of left. So I tried to keep the band going. And, my daughter, she was 14 at the time. Her name's Daisy. And she's been playing music and singing her whole little life because I'm a musician, so she always had access to instruments, and she did piano and voice. And she was in immersion school, so she can speak. She learned the language to a point. We still had some shows that we had to do after my friend left the band, after we had our party in disagreement. And I asked Daisy, I said, do you think you could come and sing these songs? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, I can do it. I was like, really? So we practiced a little. And the poor girl, she was 14, her first show, she was sick, tummy pains, but she did it. And we did it in Whistler. A bunch of old Whistler hippies, and they danced every song. It was amazing. It was the first time it happened. So Daisy's been with us, with the band, her and I. I'm her dad. We argue, whatever. That's just how it is. She's an awesome, crazy person. Kind of like me when I was 24, I think. I was thinking about it. I said, you're 20, what are you doing? And I was trying to get mad, and I thought, what I was doing? Same thing she was doing. Couch surfing, partying, having fun. So she's going to be here tomorrow. I haven't seen her in a while, so it's good. So I changed the name because I wrote a song called Spiritual Warriors. So I said, we'll call ourselves the Spiritual Warriors. So that's what we're called now. And we made another CD, and that was nominated for 4 awards, which is, it's like a miracle. And then we won an award. So I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for everything in my life. My latest grandchild, his name is Zephyr. He was born like a month ago. When was it? February 19th. Yeah, such an amazing little boy. And so I'm proud of my daughter. She's a real warrior. Our oldest, Zoe. They're doing the Z's. Zoe, Zane, Zaria, and Zephyr. The Z family. I'm really proud of her. She's a single mama. Just like, man, she's as strong as 10 men, I'm telling you. She's just little, too. I know, because I battled her a couple of times when she was younger. Yeah. But I'm so proud of my family. We lost my dad in 2020, I think what year, 2021, and then my wife's dad last year. So it's been rough. It's been a little tough. We lost a lot of people in the last couple of years, so just keep moving on, and keep forward, keep doing ceremony, keep coming to events. My family's a ceremony family, so that's what we do. Good, I got 10 minutes. Our next project is almost out. It's called Indigenize. And my daughter helped me write some of the songs on there. I'm really proud of it. It's going to be amazing. You know, it's taken a long time to find people, good people to play with. I've been through so many guitar players and bass players and drummers and singers, and not all of them have been good departures, you know? But it's just like life. You just got to move on, be grateful for what you have, and pray for them. Pray for people who need help. You know, that's what I try to do. I try to give and give and give, because when you do, you're going to get. I don't know. That's just what I've learned in my life, in my journey. I'm going to sing this song to end. It's one of the first hand drum songs that I composed. I just call it Koekstumskach. Hope I remember it all. Koekstumskalap, Chaunash Klaklapa, Taklo Amachlom Zaitin, Goochwalmil. Shima wish itlem, Shima wilamchal, Galil Chwiltush Klaklem, Aksho Paco. Ya hey ya hey ya, ya hey ya hey ya, ya hey ya hey ya, hey ya hey yo. Ya hey ya hey ya, ya hey ya hey ya, ya hey ya hey ya, hey ya hey yo. Koekstumskalap, Chaunash Klaklapa, Taklo Amachlom Zaitin, Goochwalmil. Shima wish itlem, Shima wilamchal, Galil Chwiltush Klatlem, Aksho Paco, Aksho Paco. Koekstumskalap. Oh, man.
Took our children all away, said they'll come back someday. Been so long, they're not back. Shadows come with souls black.
Yeah. Yes. Hi, everybody. Leroy, that was so good. Wasn't that powerful? It was so beautiful to see sort of like the full circle moment to come, you know, from the music, the importance of the music as the thread line through his life. And as he was speaking, I was thinking, in Anishinaabe, we too have a similar kind of word. For the longest time, it was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest word. It's 54 characters long, and so when I do some of my teachings, like cultural humility, I encourage my students and anybody who's open to, like, willing to learn, and I usually teach it to them. So we don't have all the time, but wait, I gotta, as he says, I gotta wet my lips. Okay, so hopefully we'll have time. Like, you guys, if you guys are interested, I'll be able to teach this. So the word is blueberry pie. So in Anishinaabe, when we say, Mina bosh kimana sigani batuyingwe sijigani bakwejigan. So that is a blueberry pie. Do you need to hear it again before we start to learn? Yes? Mina bosh kimana sigani batuyingwe sijigani bakwejigan. I think it's harder to say it slower, actually. All right, so, okay, you guys ready? Let's learn. So are you guys all, okay, maybe we don't have the whole time to learn it all. But what if we just agree to learn blueberry? Yes? Blueberry? Come on, guys, blueberry. All right, blueberry, mean. Congratulations, you guys. Blueberry, you learned it. Yeah, the rest is pie. Okay, so we got a couple of minutes before our next presentation. I just want a reminder that we have our Jackie Andrew, yes, who has the medicines here. So feel free to stop and make your little medicine bundle. We also have some snacks and food in the kitchen right now too. And, oh yes, medicines and first aid, along with our beautiful new truck in the back. And then bulrush making and smoked meat as well. So it's a full conference day at the Confluence. Still keep going? Okay, let me tell another story. So I was thinking yesterday when Ronnie was talking about asking, you put it out there and gifts will come to you. And he was sharing about the transformers and the point of like Confluence and the sort of point in the rivers. And I don't even know how I got introduced and connected to Mika and the Two Rivers remix. But when they started to tell me, and I just popped on because it was on Zoom, it was in preparation for the first Confluence, they started to tell me, I was like, so tell me about you guys yourselves. And they told me about their teachings about the Two Rivers and the Confluence. And I said, oh my gosh, in Anishinaabe, we would say Kavishinan, which is that area. And I said, I wrote my master's thesis on my Kavishinan of Indigenous people. So like at the Two Rivers where they meet, in our territory, like the Gatineau River, that's where we would have all of our celebrations, our exchanges, our trade, marriages. So that would happen there. And so as Ronnie was saying about like the transformers and coming down and that being connected to the sky, I thought, wow, when I wrote that story, or my thesis, I had traveled down to Aotearoa in Maori country, and I'm an artist as well, and I traded. So I traded some of my art with a Tamoko artist, and he said, tell me about yourself. And so I was telling him what quinoa means. So quinoa means, in my language, means sort of tall and narrow. My mom is built like a model. Very tall and narrow. And so she gave me her name. I'm not as tall and narrow. Built a little bit more like a shrub. So we would say like that grows straight up towards the blue sky. And I was thinking about these beautiful story posts. So that would probably be, this is quinoa here. But when I told the Tamoko artist about who I was, he said, here we would tell you the story about how this rata vine, and it's a vine that grows together, and they come from the bottom and they climb to the top of the canopy, and they become so strong that they become like their own tree. And traditionally, a demigod climbed up and brought the 3 baskets of knowledge down to the Indigenous, or to the Maori peoples. And so I went, oh my gosh. And I said, that would be like a birch tree. Like that's what we would say. So we traded this, and this was the Tamoko that he gave me. And I was thinking as we were talking about, like that was that connection. Like when we think about the knowledge that Indigenous peoples around the world have, that was my thought yesterday, was like this sky, the connections to the sky and the Two Rivers. And I thought, oh, but that feels so far, so distant, because I got this years ago when I traveled there in my master's degree, which was a couple decades ago. wouldn't you know, I wake up this morning and one of my friends from Aotearoa said, we have a Maori friend who's coming to Canada. She wants to connect with you for you to teach her about some of the connections here. And I went, wow, that is such a gift, because I was just acknowledging, feeling that disconnection, and was gifted that this morning. So, sometimes you put it out there, and I'm sure, I feel like everybody's probably feeling that today, where you're sitting here listening and you're hearing what you need to hear. And I was just feeling like the beauty of being connected to community, and to see and witness, sort of the struggles, but the inevitable, the challenge, and the commitment and dedication and discipline to practice, and the courage, right? We got to see so much courage of people standing up here and, putting their music, their art, what they've been practicing, sort of either in private or in public in some cases, but, we might cross them in the street and not actually know sort of the beautiful voices that they have, or the stories that they carry. And it's so important and significant that we've that Two Rivers Remix has created these spaces for us to really showcase and listen and see and observe, because we don't do that enough to celebrate. So yes, love that. And so I'm so pleased. So Mika told me the story, and I went, oh my gosh, yes. So when we were the elder was speaking this morning about witnessing sort of the dream coming true, and I was like, oh, people don't know how long it takes, to write the grants, the year, this has literally been over a year and some, to come up with the vision, to be able to write the grants, to get the funding. Thank you to our sponsors. And to coordinate, it's a huge task to work with Anelkin and to get all the artists and the presenters. It's really been a year in the making. And so I'm so grateful that we are witnessing it, and that we're able to live stream, right? We have a crew. You can't see it if you're behind the seat, sort of live streaming, but there's a massive crew that is here trying to make sure that, this is going out, not just to here in this Silk territory, but across. And so I'm so, so honored to be present and here. Are they ready? Oh, yay. I was like, I'm finished singing and dancing for you guys. They're ready. Okay, great. So, are they ready? Oh, there. Yeah, come on up.
Just click the...
I am really honored to be able to present this next artist, because I have been witnessing her beautiful artistry for a long time. Actually, she said I'm one of the holdouts that keeps asking if she's still going to do music. But I've been also observing her incredible work around community arts practices and language revitalization. And when I had contacted her, she because we just haven't been able to connect in terms of our work together. And so she said, well, the next time, I agreed with myself that the next time that Mika got a hold of me, I would do it. So I was like, yay. So I'm so happy that Carrie Lynn Victor could be here with us. I think her work is very, very insignificant, not only to our peoples, but to society, and just to affect the way that we think about how our lives actually are in reality compared to all the busyness and chaoticness, just like Auntie Vivian had mentioned before, the chaoticness of our lives, and then bringing it back to our roots. So I am very much pleasure to welcome Carrie Lynn Victor.
Titala Cosmoquilip, Hachap to Wahui Lamet Tlawil, Alta Humontlat, and Lee to Cham Qualstat. We are Chaplu Mamet Muxtali Sia, our to Wadley Alep Chews Tusqualawa Alep. Hi, Chapawith. I'm Humontlat from Chiam, and it was nice to make a trip up here for this special occasion. It's an honor to be included in the work online and in person. And you know, Mika, I have never met in person until recently, but what a gem you all have to pull the people together. It takes a gift. It takes a lot of coordination. I know a few people, a few relatives who do that at home in Stalo country, Saltamoch, and I'm not gifted that way. I have a lot of respect for the people who can pull the loved ones together. I really like the way everyone's voice sounds when they're singing with this mic. You guys have a nice ambiance. I do a lot of singing at home, just in my home, and recently began a journey of learning two of our dialects, Halkaminum and Halkamelam, together. Halkaminum is a Cowichan and Staminas dialect, so Mid-Island, Snanemoch to Duncan, and then some down into Victoria. And the Halkamelam upriver dialect, which is like Yale into Abbotsford, Sumas. I'm learning them simultaneously for a reason, though. And it's because there's so many missing pieces in each. And Halkaminum fluent speakers have carried different understandings forward than our fluent speakers. And it's such a treasure to be able to pull pieces together and translate them into our upriver dialect. The specific dialect I'm learning is for speakers, ceremonial speech, weddings, funerals, namings, and other seasonal ceremonies. And it's been a bit tricky because this is a very masculine role. And so I'm really drawing on these masculine parts of myself to learn. Fortunately, I've got a mentor from the Halkaminum speaking people and a mentor working together from our own people. And we're actually funded by a cannabis outfit, and we haven't taken federal or provincial funding just yet because we want to do it on our own. And there's a sovereignty aspect to it by using those funds that are generated from our own businesses and our own people. So what we do day to day in learning those two dialects is we break the words down into the little words. And one of my favorite examples, and the elder this morning spoke to it, is when you come around full cycle. What is that full cycle? So recognizing that we're Huelmoch, we call ourselves Huelmoch. And it's my understanding that Huelmoch is actually 3 little words. Hua is becoming, El is happen to or manage to, and Moch is the people. The second part of that cycle, well, it's really like not a first, second, or third, but the next step in a loop is Tamoch. And Moch is the people and Ta is the. It's a masculine or a non-gender specific determiner, the. And then you come around and the next word in the cycle is Tameth. And Ech is what we use at home to describe something that once was, something that has been, something from long ago. And so Tameth is actually the old, long ago people, the long ago earth. Recognizing that people isn't always human beings, but long ago and today recognizing that everything has a people aspect to it. So Mika was like, hey, what is your workshop about? And left me some time to reflect and to think about it. And because language is such a big part of this leg of my journey, I wanted to share a bit, but I also want to recognize that we're not all speaking the same dialect. I understand there's some really similar words up here that there is at home, or that there's very subtle changes, and our ancestors tell us, and our elders tell us, those are the old words, the ones that connect us. And I'd love to spend a whole lifetime exploring those words and where they came from. But today, we're going to do a little workshop, and I'm going to invite everybody to participate at your own readiness. And the workshop is based on a seasonal calendar. So I've brought an example how I live my own life. And I don't have a digital version because I was just drawing on this page. But I'm going to invite whoever wants to participate to come and choose your colors and choose your page here. And if you really want to, sit at the table. If you want to take your page home with you, take your page home with you. I need mine, hold on, as a reference. And as you can see, the arrows are moving. This is how we see the spirit moves. The spirit moves around in this way, around the world, around in the ceremony. It doesn't move clockwise at home. And I left these blank for a reason. So in the center of all things, spirit, ancestors, our ancestors there, the tamoch, the stalmoch, the medicine. And these colors and these words are just reflecting times or periods. It doesn't mean June, July, August. It doesn't mean September, October, November. Down here in the blue, temchet. Temchet is cold time, cold. Chet is cold. And up here, Temquilis. We're currently in Temquilis at home. I'm not sure where you guys are at here, but S is a face suffix, and quilis together means like lots of them coming up, like their little faces are all showing up. And then over here, Temquaquis, there again, the face suffix, quaq is an interesting word because it's physical, but it's also non-physical, and it's like beating in the face. So quaqquis is about the sun coming down on the face. And so this is a warm time, a warm period, and hilauch, temhilauch, is when things are done, and things are beginning to fall. And hilauch is about like little things blowing and falling away, like the berries and the leaves do. So the cycle continues. And I gave it these little rings because when we reflect, we start with inner to outer. And if you wanted to say, these are the things in the center circle that I do for my own spirit and my own body and my own well-being, and these are the things I do for my family, and these are the things I do for my community. These are the things that I wish to do. And that's part of what this exercise is about too. How do we make more room? How do we make room in our lives for these connections? I did a lot of fish work with our local not-for-profits, planting in the riparian waterways and trapping and tracking fish and frogs, more specifically, species at risk. And you know, I really hold my hands up to the people who look out for this hotspot, species at risk place that we're in, because of the sovereignty approach. A lot of people could benefit from that strength and be inspired by that. Some other ways I was thinking that this could be utilized, I utilized this tiny ring to describe the 13 moons. We have 13 moons, and so they're all reflected in all of my tiny circles. And in the center for this one, I just drew little pictures of all the plants that we use for our own food and our own well-being. And there's kind of one more aspect to it, and that's what triggers the time for something. What are the cues that describe to us when it's time to go do something? And we all have our own triggers and cues. At home, what triggers Temquilis is that the Wellock, Temwellock, is the little tree frogs. Those little tree frogs, they tell us it's time for the seasonal change. And for someone like myself, as soon as I hear a tree frog, I run and I get my paddle. And I run and I get my canoe. And I'm gone. And if it means I'm punching through the ice to go paddling, then that's what I'm doing. But it's like full permission to go and do the next thing. And once the Wellock comes, all the little buds come. And every bud that comes out means that another plant is coming. And so we kind of start with the cottonwood buds and work into stinging nettle, and then next thing you know, the maple blossoms are out, and I'm always trying to eat something new. I'm always like, well, our ancestors ate this, and they must have done it for a reason. What does this do? How can I eat this? And I tell you, the easiest way to eat something is just to chop it up and put it in a pancake. Make a little fritter. And maple blossoms and a little bit of meat in a pancake is just glorious. So I paddle until summer, and then I put my paddle down and we go goat wool hunting. It's not really hunting because we're just looking, but it certainly requires a frame of thought. And it's really exciting to know that there's still wool out there, and the wool teaches us so much about who we are. All the wool, all the goat wool that gets collected, I'll spin it up and it finds its way back into the ceremonial life of my friends and relatives. And then fishing season starts, and we have to just drop everything and go fishing because that's what we're taught to do. And I'm really fortunate that my sister, my younger sister, is keen now. And that's where this kind of calendar idea comes into play. She says, I don't have room, I don't know. Or she'll say, I want to go fishing, and then she won't make time. And so I've kind of used her as an inspiration so that you can say, well, what am I actually doing during Temquaquis, and why can't I go fishing? I'm doing all of these things, and I want to go, and you put your fishing out here, I want to go fishing. What am I actually doing? Are you just going to the beach? The beach is cool, the beach is fun. But if you really want to go fishing, that's at the beach too. It's not as appealing, I guess, in some cases, but that's the idea with setting the goals. I want to mention that I included in my calendar a bit of our climate that we're experiencing. We've had some really awful flooding. Like we were landlocked for a short time, maybe about a month and a half down where we live. And then like the house, we have to just lock up the house because of the fire, smoke coming in, and chance of fire, and flooding and fires, and then ice storms are a thing now too. And so like we've always had one seasonal ice storm, but the shift and the change is so fast. It's like one day it's an ice storm, and next day it's a snowstorm. Oh, it's all melted. Oh, it's snowing again. Ah. Luckily, the plants can thrive. We're really fortunate that so far they thrive. So, I've got some pictures, just local places that I go for things. I think I've touched on everything in my calendar, and I'm gonna leave it out here. I used pictures, but I think you're all welcome to use words if you want to use words instead of pictures. And here on the one side is just a place to brainstorm. So I brainstormed on the one side and then filled in the calendar on the other side. And I would love for you all to have they brought some lovely pens here and some pencils. I brought scented markers because that's fun. Remember scented markers? These ones are like the new school scented markers. It's a brunch theme. So it's food inspired. And there's some black pens here if you like to be formal about it. And lots of sheets to work with. So rather than me talking the whole time, I'd just like to kind of open it up and make some space for this activity for anybody who wants to do it. Any questions? Thank you, everybody, for your interest. I'm really excited to see what kinds of things people are doing, what you do make time for. Do we need more pages? Oh, there's some pages here. Yeah, I think we can get some more printed as well. Awesome. You have full flexibility over your categories. I decided that on one side, food and medicine, listing the foods and the medicines, and on the other style, like actions. So foods, medicines, and actions. And then it all together kind of sums up as culture. Do you guys have 13 moons here? Seasons? 13 moon seasons? Yeah, awesome. So ours are, I'm just gonna start in the summer here. Temtaki, that's sockeye time. Chetawastel is putting your paddles away. It's kind of a sad time. Tem Qualuch. Qualuch is the chum salmon, so it's smoking season. Qualuch. Tem Pauk. Pauk is the torch. Makas is snow on the ground season, which is usually nowadays like December-ish. Palaukis. I don't know which that one is. Temtlikas is ice on the trees. Ice forming. Sahuiles. I don't know Sahuiles either. Walakis is little frogs, letting us know what time it is. Temquiquacho. I can't remember that one either. Alila, temlila is the salmonberry, and temtam and temqual. Temtam, I think, is the high water. Oh no, temkaka is high water season. Temqual is mosquito season. And temtam, I'm not sure. There's a few there I guess I still need to learn. But awesome. We've got some more sheets here, full color for all you color thinkers. I love the salmonberry offers us a bit of a calendar all on its own. And so when locally, and hopefully climate change doesn't disturb the cycle too much, but the berries drop and then the sockeye are in the river. And when the leaves die, the chum are in the river. And when the pink berries form, the spring are in the river. Tlachel are in the river. And I've had some people curious, like, how has the weather changed that clock? How has the weather changed the accuracy of that natural calendar? And I think that we do have a responsibility to recognize that these seasons can shift and change, much like how a place name that's based on something that's no longer there might need to change. Or get the new name added on, 2 names. That could work too. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Is that something you want to tell us, or do you want me to answer? Okay, I could certainly share a little bit about what I understand is happening with the magnetic poles. And I like to read different types of articles. Sometimes they're articles, personal articles, and sometimes they're scientific articles. And I like to find my own thoughts in reading them. And so there's certainly a magnetic north and a south pole. And they've existed on the same angle for quite some time. But I want to say that because the Earth spins and slightly wobbles while it spins, naturally anything that spins and wobbles eventually grows a larger wobble until it stops. So, and the example is like a spinning top. You spin your top and it'll spin perfectly for a little while, and then it'll start wobbling and the wobble will get bigger and then it'll fall. Luckily for us, the Earth doesn't stop spinning. What happens is that it flips and there's a full reversal there. And so how does that affect us? And how does that affect the natural systems that we live within? I'm not entirely sure. But there has in the past been magnetic pole reversals and extreme weather conditions that have followed that magnetic pole reversal. I know there was some dredging, like deep earth dredging, to look for those moments in the distant past when there was a reversal and a weather change, and they can track it with the stones and the mineral components within those rocks that they pull up. It's been a long time since it happened, and I guess it goes, I want to say, they say it's around 26,000 years in between each time, which is a really long time. And that's about all I know about it. Does that help at all? Yeah, I think without being, what's the word, frantic, we just recognize that we exist within these cycles, right? That's a big part of why I love to live in the seasons, is that the lands and the waterways, they have their own natural shifts and changes. And even though it's drastic sometimes, like we saw in Not the fall last year, but the fall before. Really drastic change, really fast. Nature goes back, or nature finds a way to adapt. And this is one of the biggest lessons that I've received from working with foods and medicines in the seasons, is that we just adapt. We just adapt. And there's words for everything. How's it going? Good. I see some people are getting to their circular part of their calendars. Maybe I'm going to take a little break and walk around, and I'll come back. See you in a minute. In our last 10 minutes or so, I'd love to share a song while we're here together. I just realized we're live, and so I kind of ditched our online people. My apologies. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. I wouldn't leave you like that, homie. Yeah, music. I mean, Mika talks about music, and hearing the speakers today talk about music, it's really inspiring. There's sort of these places you can go where you can be really informal and you're just singing and it feels good, and then you can get really formal. And I spent a lot of time being really formal about it, recording in the studios and rapping all across the country and up and down the coast, and that was all really fun. It was also all really formal. And then when I felt like I was getting too old for it, too old for the hip hop, and the words started to fail me. Is this awesome? Hi, Chika. Just want to thank our dear elder for lending her drum. I'll take care of it. Switching from hip hop to blues music was it was kind of a big deal personally, because it meant I got to express some really serious emotion and really let things out, and a lot came out in that time that I was doing live blues music, and then the words just stopped coming, and art came bigger, and I'm a full-time artist these days, full-time art. And it's almost as if those two things occupy the same space in my brain, in my heart, in my soul, and I have a really difficult time switching back and forth between them. And so to honor the art that kept coming, I just kept doing the art. And we've got dozens of murals between Vancouver and Chilliwack now, because murals are so fun and so popular, and they can tell our stories on the landscape. Yesterday, Ronnie was talking about the path of Chachals and how the transformation stories remind us of who we are, our constitution, our collective memories, protocols, and even, just anecdotes that can get us through the day. I do always first, as a first stop with a mural, ask, where are we on that path, and how can I share a bit of that story? Not all the schools or the clients want to tell those stories, and so sometimes it ends up being like a school mascot or something, and just trying to make sure that our values and our design principles are reflected in that. Sometimes songs tell a story. Song will tell a story about a current event. Like words will tell a story about a current event. And so we had a really strange weather event down in Chiam this year, right by the Agassiz-Rosedale Bridge at the Fraser River, where the water's been extremely low. And so the water was low, and then everything froze, and then everything thawed really quickly. And these huge blocks of ice moved down the river, and they landed right in Chiam. And they're so big that everybody had to go on Instagram about them and take pictures and climb all over them, like 8-foot chunks of ice, like all the way across the beach. We just, in our living memory, never seen it before, like glaciers. So I put together a song about the ice that we saw, and the words of the song are like, there's the ice over there. It's really big, and it's stuck. So the ice is really big, it's over there, and it's stuck. This guy. You're so on it. This guy's on it. Hi, Joe. And so sharing these kinds of sharing this song and how it becomes a story about living memory, then hopefully if somebody else from Chiam learns about it, there will be some living memory about this ice that we saw, and that it was a happening. But we also need to remember this, it happened during a time when the weather was all really crazy. The ice, what my stopmok used to say is that they used to walk miles and miles on the river. They used to go for their long trips. They'd pack up all their stuff and they would go visit somebody, and the river was the shortest path to get there. And now, in my living memory, I can say I've never seen the river freeze that hard. But we are seeing this different kind of ice, the big ice that everyone's climbing on. Yeyetum. Sorry, I forgot one more piece, and that yeyetum is the action of the ice melting. It's melting, it's melting, it's melting. That's the end. Yeyetum, it's melting. But my time is up, and I just want to thank you all for starting this task. I really was reflecting when Mika asked what to bring, and said, anything, bring it, whatever you're gonna do. And that's a really open-hearted request. And so to honor that, I brought something where we could reflect ourselves. And so if you see another blank one and you wanna take another blank one and bring it to somebody, or you have my contact, I'm happy to share this with you as well. And you wanna take it home and finish it, or are you just happy with what you've done today? All good. Statatha, it is what it is. And thanking you again, the organizers and the many people for all the work that you're doing to bring us together in this good way.
Carry on the line for the people. For the people. For the people. For the people.
There's a wolf in my head and a sheep in my heart. It keeps me from my bed, my sleeps, they fall apart. The noise is complacent, my sheets reek of art, but my mind is kept still.
Welcome back. So our next presenter is going to be joining via Zoom. So I have to read this word for word because I feel like we're going to learn what exactly this means, or maybe it's just me. So Russell Wallace is joining us, and he's going to be speaking on neo-nativism, retro-indigenous futurisms. It's a bit of a mouthful. Okay, so as we heard earlier today, Russell Wallace is from Lillooet as well. He's an award-winning composer, producer, and traditional singer. His music can be heard on soundtracks from film and television and theater and dance productions across Canada and the US. Russell is one of the founding members of the Aboriginal Writers Collective West Coast and is an alumnus of the UBC Creative Writing Program. He's written poetry, short fiction, theater, and music theater. Russell was an artist in residence at the Vancouver International Jazz Festival in 2019, a guest programmer for Word Vancouver, and was the artistic director for the Aboriginal Electronic Music Festival for a number of years. So please welcome to Zoom, Russell Wallace.
I guess that's me. Hello. Kathwa Alap. Klahauya. Hola. Yes, my name is Russell Wallace. I come from the Lillooet Nation. My dad is from Lillooet, and my mom is from Haklip, which is near Lillooet there. And if you have any questions, yes, I am wearing pants with this shirt today. Yeah, if you're questioning my indigeneity, well, I am so indigenous that if you ask that question in front of my aunties would beat you up for sure. And yeah, I'm so indigenous that if you give me one more bannock, I will be one full Indian. So yeah, getting all of those things out of the way first. Yeah, so I am a composer and singer, and yeah, I participated in something called neonativism back in 1989, and there was 3 young Indigenous artists who occupied a space called the Western Front, and it was something quite novel at the time because, yeah, Indigenous people weren't in a lot of these artist spaces back in those days. God, I feel so old when I say that. Back in those days, back when we were called Indians. Yeah, so the project neonativism, we incorporated a lot of text. We had a bit of performance art, music, and video, and so we all kind of explored a lot of different themes. And some of the stuff we touched on was, residential school, appropriation, our representation in film and in the media, but also looking at, the political climate of those days. And yeah, so it was October 1989. And so we put on this performance, and unfortunately, it wasn't very well documented. So, I fast forward to a few weeks ago, I got funding to do a celebration of neonativism, and I called it Neonativism 33 and a Third, making reference to the turntable I had on stage in our performance in 1989, which a number of people took exception to, like they were wondering why we had a turntable in the gallery space and what turntables meant to Indigenous art and a lot of questions like that. So making reference to that, but I mean, it's also I missed the 30th anniversary, and so it's just well, why not we choose an anniversary date like 33 and a third. And so, yeah, we put on a concert on March 4th at the Vancouver Community College Auditorium. And yeah, so we brought all the 3 members together, Leonard Fisher, Warren Arcand, and myself. And oh, good, I get to see people now. So yeah, before I was just talking to myself. So hello, people. Wow. Okay. Tough crowd. So we put on this concert, and we documented it. And so I was so happy for that part of it, because a lot of things in our culture go undocumented, or not in our culture, but in our artistic practices. And, I wish, I seen footage of different people, in their life. Like, for one, Mildred Bailey, who was a Salish singer back in the 30s and 40s. I wish there was some moving images of her because, like, she was an amazing singer and had so much impact on jazz music. Um, but yeah, so we put on this concert, and I will, yeah, we do have a trailer of that. So I guess we'll play that video now just to give you an idea of what it was we were kind of exploring this time.
Just for everything. A lot of things were kind of forgotten over the years because of having to put it away like that.
It's really the question of point-to-point correspondence. It's a system, a method of analyzing language, producing results, a theory of language.
Okay. So yeah, that was the kind of highlights of the concert that we did that evening. And yeah, so neo-nativism, what is it? And it's really hard to explain, I guess, like, because I mean, it meant a lot of different things to different people, and it was used in the early 90s with a lot of performances at the Pit Gallery and other performance spaces in Vancouver at that time. And so why I call it retro Indigenous futurism is because at the time, like, we were thinking of how things would be in the future for Indigenous people. And, we were naively thinking, well, we'll probably live in post-colonial times and, all of this stuff, bright ideas for the future for sure. But yeah, so for me at the time, like, what I considered neo-nativism was using technology to bring forward culture, identity, and language and music. And so, back in the 80s, I was I was working a lot with samplers and synthesizers and the Western Front. Like this performance was the first time I got access to multi-track recording, which everybody has access to today with GarageBand and the like. But for me, it was like a real eye opener, and I used that technology to work on ideas. So in the past, I kind of said, well, we were three young guys and we really didn't know what we were doing, but I have to kind of think about that and maybe take some of that back because, I look at what my art practice is today and it is very similar. I have an impulse. So like, an impulse to create something. And so that kind of, pushes me to sit down at a keyboard and start playing or pick up a hand drum or, even just singing is an impulse. And so, a lot of it is improv. And certainly we were doing that back in the day. The next step would be intent. So, there was an intent there to get something accomplished and pass it forward. And back in the 80s, I was recording a lot of TV and news programming from the TV. So like in those limited days of limited channels, so CBC, CTV, and whatever. And a lot of times I would video the news and just anything that made a reference to Indigenous people, I would kind of transfer that from VHS and onto cassette. And so I would have a whole cassette of all of these samples that I could access to. And so that was the kind of the impulse thing. And the intent is like, okay, now I'm going to take these and put them in something. And I do have to also acknowledge Greg Young Ying, who was working in Vancouver Co-op Radio at that time, and he provided me with some documentation of speeches of Indigenous leaders at that time who were talking about their land and being imprisoned, protecting their land. And like, I mean, thinking about it now, I was like, wow, in 33 years, that hasn't changed. There's a colonial racist system still existing and still putting our people in jails. But yeah, so with all of that, all of these different samples, like voice samples, I created an electronic score using the technology of that time. And like I said, getting access to a multi-track was really eye-opening, and I learned a lot from that. So I created a bed track of all this kind of electronic score stuff. And a lot of it is in the vein of electronic dance music of the late 80s. So, I loved going to clubs and hearing the music. I never drank alcohol or did drugs. So like for me, going to a club was basically to listen to music. But like there was a point where in these clubs, I felt the music, like I felt the drum beat go through my body. And, that's what kind of really, I really enjoyed. It wasn't the music necessarily, it was that feeling of the drum going through your body and that bass. And, because it reminded me of like our communities, like when we have, 40 or 50 hand drummers all singing together, you feel that beat going through you. So yeah, I put a lot of effort into creating scores with that in mind, and during and then I mixed them down onto reel-to-reel 2-track, and so the reel-to-reel player I had with me on stage along with a turntable, and so I would and a sampler, so like I would have the bed track of music, and then I'd play samples over top of the music, but also would play in some vinyl things as well, and put effects on them. So yeah, the impulse, the intent was there, and then the commitment. So commitment is another phase of my creative process. So, I figure out something. It's like I find something that I like, and then now make that commitment to save it. Like, going ahead and saying, okay, this is pretty much complete for now, or as much as I can get it. So committing to that. And so I committed to it, and, we did the performance, and then context. The context is the other component to the creative process I have, and like putting things into context. So I chose, for one piece called Our Home and Native Land, like I chose samples from an interview with Don Blancarn, who was a conservative MP back in the 80s, and he had a lot of racist things he said about Indigenous people, and I had them on cassette. So I used those words in a song. And so like his words were like, you should go back and trap beaver, or, if you want to be a sovereign nation, go ahead. But, we're not going to help you. Canada's not going to help you. And, you're better off going and trapping beaver. So, this was a sentiment held by a lot of Canadians at that point, and still to this day, that, there's a lot of hatred against Indigenous people. But so I used that, and, I put that into a song. And so like the whole song is basically using those words in there. And another song, I used Lavina Lightbound and James Gosnell, and like they were both talking about the reserve system and jail. So like, and I use samples of them in the songs. And so, yeah, so back in the day, we did have these ideas. We did want to present them in a way that, that we were, exploring. And, so for me, neo-nativism, it has shifted my, my idea of how to explain what it is. And I think, I come to the idea like, I think every generation has some sort of neo-nativist kind of view or action or reaction. And, because as young people, we want to explore what is around us, but we also want to embrace what what we grew up with and what we have had handed down to us, either in song or stories. And so, it's kind of marking your identity. It is, but also making, tradition and culture, music and language move forward, because culture, cannot be static. Language cannot be static. It's living. And sometimes I feel like, well, maybe we were just created to keep tradition, culture, and songs alive, and actually that is the living organism that is existing, and that's only our role as people, is to keep that alive. So it's kind of switching perspectives on why we do this. And my mom went through residential school, but she held all these songs all her life. And, she taught me all of these, and, told, when before she passed away, she told me to keep teaching these songs to the community. And so that's my job. And, for some artists, art is like it's a gig to them. It's a way for them to make a living and make money. But for me, it's more of a responsibility. So, I embrace that, because I do love teaching, and I love sharing our music. And a big part of Canadian history is we weren't allowed to share that. So it's like, but people like my mom had kept those songs alive. Yeah, so I don't know where I was going with all that. I'm just kind of talking up here. I'm just a talking head on the screen. I feel like Big Brother or something. I was like, Who's that? Yeah, so for me, that's what neonativism is today, and I still maintain a practice of doing and exploring music. And so lately, I've done a lot of work in the jazz community, but also recognizing, past Indigenous jazz musicians like Mildred Bailey, who was from Coeur d'Alene, and she's without her, there would be no Bing Crosby, and really there would be a big hole in jazz singing. Like she had such a big influence on Tony Bennett and later singers. So and hearing her sing, like when I first heard her sing, I thought of my mom, and I thought of a lot of the elder interior Salish women who would sing really high, and I still hear that today, and really lofty notes and that carry on, and I hear that in her voice. And Mildred has also stated that she learned a lot from Indigenous singing and brings that forward into her jazz singing. And she goes, everybody should learn it because it's a great learning tool for your voice. And I agree. It's like, singing Indigenous music makes me feel good, but also kind of makes me learn a lot about my own voice. So yeah, in my jazz groups, I've always acknowledged Mildred Bailey, and another one is Jim Pepper, who was from Oregon, and he was a saxophone player, and he brought some of his traditional music into jazz, playing it on saxophone. So there are a lot of pioneers ahead of us, and and a lot of times they didn't get the recognition in their lifetime, and so I want to acknowledge those. And I also work a lot in choral music now, and so sometimes creating new works based on traditional form. And I've done that for years, but writing, taking that and adapting it to soprano, alto, tenor, bass kind of a score, it was a bit of a challenge, but now I'm comfortable doing that. And so there's a lot of ways we can explore our art. There's a lot of ways we can explore our culture and language, and pushing those boundaries. And why can't my language occupy a space in a choir? Why can't my language occupy a space in pop music, or in jazz? Or why can't my language occupy a space in heavy metal, or anything like that? It's like there's a lot of potential for a lot of things to happen. And I'm gonna, I guess, finish here, and gonna be playing a video in a couple of seconds to end. But yeah, note about the song that you're gonna hear. It is a song that my mom would sing in residential school. She was beaten all the time for speaking her language and singing in her language, but she found ways along with other students, and one of them was to go far away in the playground, away from the nuns and priests, and share songs with each other. And this is one of them. It's called, well, she called it a gathering song, and it's kind of saying, come on, boys, let's go hunting. Come on, girls, let's go picking berries. Come on, everyone, let's go swimming. So, it's an invitation to community to gather and do things, that we have done in the past for every day. And in that spirit, like I think it was meant to be like an uplifting song for these students who were going through terrible things in residential school. So I wanted to kind of represent that uplifting nature of the song. And so the arrangement of the vocals are pretty much close to what my mom taught us. So that's there. And plus, getting to work with a 14-piece band is is way cool, man. It's way cool, totally cool. But yeah, I'm thankful for BC Arts for funding a project like that. And I thank all the funders who, put money forward so we can have conferences where we can share ideas, and any space where we can gather. So, and I thank you for coming and listening to me blab on for how long I'm blabbing on this screen. Kookstum for that. Hi, I think I seen a wave there. Oh. So yeah, Kookstum. And so yeah, I leave you with this song, the Gathering song. And so yeah, I worked on the arrangement with John Korsred. So there's a lot of influences in here. So like there's, definitely jazz, definitely. I know that because that's had a big impact on me. Definitely Earth, Wind, and Fire. Who else? Talking Heads and stuff. So it's quite, a mishmash of different styles. So I leave you with this. And again, Kookstum, thank you for giving me time to speak. And here's the video.
Kuklawam. She mama kika anash at shekum. She mama tapa anash at klawam. She mama tapa anash at shakum. flower. She mama kika anasta tu shako. She mama kika anasta tu flower. She mama baba anasta tu shako. She mama kika. She mama kika. She mama daba. She mama daba. She mama kika. She mama kika. She mama daba. She mama daba. Ana 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 ana
Inside, we are abundant and we are rich as long as we learn to give. What you put out, you get back again. Yeah, that cycle never ends. And I said, hey, I, hey, I, hey, hey, I, hey, hey, I, hey, I, hey. Hey, ah, hey, it's time for us to open our minds. I said it's time for us to open our minds. We be connected. We must respect it. What you put out, you get right back in. 'Cause what you put out, you get right back in. Hey, I, hey, I, hey, hey, I, hey, hey, I, hey, I, hey, hey, I, hey. It's time for us to open our hearts.
Hana, hana, eh, eh, oh, 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 hana, 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 eh, eh, oh, 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 hana. Tentu kolam hiti upami.
I can choose. Hana, hana, hana.
Shaking on my own, trying to find a home, singing a couple songs, tell the fam I'm gone. Headed to the coast with a couple folks, ones that like to sing, ones that like to go. Looking for some sun, trying to find some fun, 30 years young, so I'm far from done. Far from giving up, life has just begun. Hanging with some homies that enjoy their drugs. Forget about my past, crazy's what it was. Never writing songs, why? Just because. Thought I'd write this one up for my friends, those that kept it real up until the end. Walking in the snow right beside the road, trying to find a place I could call my own. Slowly growing old, got a ways to go. Got a lot of heart, plus a lot of soul.
To build my life, I must work with my hands, my feet on the earth. Saying every day, this is where I should be. Build myself shelter away from unnecessity. If I am to cry tears, I want them to fall into the earth, into clay. We're all made, the imprint of my hand to be left where it stands, and my back not to break when my heart feels
As I walked
heavy.
through the dark, I found a glimpse of light. I followed that light and found myself right where I was meant to be. I've got potential, see I'm complimentary with the expectancy to be the best in me. So go ahead and pass it next to me. Technically it's to the left of me. The government keeps buying weaponry. Environmentally, say goodbye to shears. Mother Earth is vital. Unless we all agree to live in unity, peacefully, then maybe hopefully we can open our eyes and realize we need to live equally, and we can live peacefully. It's easy, see.
Remember when you took a chance, you took away her home. Another night, another life, lost along the road. Young girl, 15, a life she never chose. A long night, a lonely life, nobody knows. She said, let's pretend she was afraid. Would you hear her cry alone at night? 'Cause she never had a chance. Close your eyes, remember why, remember where you stand. Oh, my home in native time, a simple life, and you knew best. Here we are, a daughter's cry, taken by a man. Here tonight, another life. What a mess. Open your eyes and see the light. It needs to be undressed. She said, let's pretend she was afraid. Would you hear her cry alone at night? close your eyes without another child.
Oh, hello. Oh, white, everyone. What an awesome day it's been so far. Everyone I've managed to not really talk to, but like rush by and give a hug and say something has just been so happy. So that's when I know things are going good, when everyone's happy. And I'd just like to introduce this panel. This panel is Seeding Our Tongues. And it's just a great honor to have all these incredible people up here. Leroy Joe, my Lil Wop bro. Rose Caldwell, thank you so much for your beautiful teachings and your song and your prayers. Jeremy Paul, AKA Saltwater Hank. We had him on the Confluence in 2021, and it was virtual, so after that I was like, we gotta get Jeremy here. And Carrie Lynn, same thing. Thank you for coming. I'm so blessed to have you here. And Sharon, always, thank you so much for being here, supporting us, mentoring us. Honored to have you here. And Echo, thank you so much as well. Echo's from Lak'am Nation, and she's been involved as an artist. She's going to be involved as a presenter tomorrow, I believe, yes, on tattoo medicine. And yes, I'm just so interested to hear what everyone has to express. And the purpose of the Bearing Witness session panel is just for everyone to, when I was trying to explain it yesterday to Elder Florence, I believe it was, she was saying, well, what do you mean? Do you mean like something that touched my heart? And I was like, yes, actually, that's the best way to put it. So thank you, Florence. So I'll just hand it over to you guys.
Yarakshinwanwan, Hekshkwen, Njawat Nshkwesh Kawea. My ancestral name is Kawea. In my language, it means blue jay. My English name is Echo. I am from the Ntlakatmak Nation, Tla'akamchin. My parents are Terry Alec and Robin Atkinson. And I am the daughter of a residential school survivor and cycle breaker for my 2 young children. It's an absolute honor to sit among these beautiful humans, Auntie Sharon, and to just continue to be in this space. I have had the absolute honor and privilege of being a part of the Two Rivers Remix family since I think it was 2019. I don't know, I have no concept of time anymore. And it's just been this like absolutely magical journey of witnessing the evolving transformation of what happens when we invest in community, what happens when we come together, when we open our arms to each other, when we really support and nurture each other's gifts and allow those gifts to contribute back into community to see the ways that they support those around us. I don't feel safe in a lot of spaces within music industries and film industries, and I just really want to raise my hands to the community here for being a safe space for my art, my gifts, my medicine, and for continuing to feel like a home. I always feel like I'm coming home, so Cook's Gem, thank you so, so much. There's been many, many beautiful moments, but I have to say that last year when I was able to bring tattoo medicine into this community, this experience, witnessing the conversations that would flow into my tattoo medicine tent were so, so beautiful. And I'll get to share a little bit more tomorrow with Billie Jean on what that medicine means to us and how it's impacted our lives. But there is this overall reclamation of sacred power. And I don't mean power in the ways that we see it or we have been taught about it in the systems we've been raised in. I mean sacred power. There is this reclamation of sacred power that happens in this gathering of remembering who we are, where we belong, and it's like watching these little sparks of fire in people, watching the ignition come to life as people are remembering who they are and the things that speak to them, that support them, that love them, that nourish them. Beautiful, beautiful medicine here. Cook's Gem, thank you so, so much.
I'm trying to think where to begin here, but all the presenters, and especially the book that's written, it's like they picked messages from elders, which I think is true, and then they put it together towards what I call our gift of the English language. And it's beautiful that we can read, and that I was talking to, I asked the gentleman that was doing, explaining his book. It's just like there was an elder on each side of him as he was writing his book. And again, that's a gift that I think we don't appreciate, and we need to recognize that it's through the English language that we can hear each other, we can understand each other, but the message comes through in the writing. And that's one of the biggest steps in reaching out to our culture and reaching out to what our elders, our ancestors left teaching for all of us. And all the speakers, all the presenters are just one example of how we can form that big circle. I'm always talking about the circle because we're all in that circle. Because when we're in that circle, so many of what the presenters were doing was they were sharing their strength. They're sharing their great personality, and they're capable of overcoming any obstacle. And I could feel that in the big circle, we can overcome that obstacle regardless of what it is. And I should be one for speaking because I've lost many of my relatives, including my own son. And where do I reach the strength? It's from everybody that shakes my hand. And it comes through that devastation that has happened with our nature. It is very devastating and it's upsetting because that is what our ancestors would say, is there anything that you can do to help Mother Nature? Because Mother Nature was always there for you. Mother Nature was always there for you to live the life that we lived before there was any electronics, before there was any of these things that are so strange to some of them. I know it is really strange, but with the people's presentation, I could hear them. I could hear them opening doors for each and every one of us. They're opening that door, and it's up to us to step through that threshold and say, yes, I'll do this. I have the capability to do this, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to share it. I'm going to bring it to the circle. And that circle, every one of them, I could feel it, that in that circle, we leave all hurts behind. in that circle, I receive energy from each person inside of me. And every one of you will reach energy, will receive the energy from the person beside you. And you can go on. And any pain, grief that we feel, you know, it will help lift us through there and then stand up. And like I said earlier, you know, Paujin, you know, holler as loud as you can. Yes, I'm here. Akanea, kinjama, kukshamu, for sharing your energy with me so that I can move forward. And with the devastation that's happening, I don't even know where to begin. I don't think anybody knows how to begin. The water, the whole earth Mother Earth is crying. And if we help each other, if we get in that circle, and when we join hands and we get in that circle, we are re-energizing ourselves and re-energizing from the people next to you. And this is obviously what so much work has been put with the presenters, that I really appreciate that. It is wonderful to see. And I want to say kuksham to everybody, you know. And like I said, let Mother Earth help us to be strong. And that's exactly what all the presenters, just sophisticated, but they're expert in that. And we need to take a bit of that with us home. We have it in paper, but when they were talking, they are giving us their energy. They are giving us hope. Let's do something to help Mother Earth. Yeah. Homat kuksham. Oh yeah.
Lots of mic.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe. I was really moved by your words this morning and recognizing where we fit in a cycle. The cycle is always moving. It's sometimes we reach a point in a cycle where we need radical acceptance of what's coming next. And I feel like this is filling me up for what's next. Really good. Squalawal, tell squalawal, that good feeling inside. Squalawal is our inside feelings. The thoughts and the feelings aren't separate, they're connected. So I think I forgot to introduce myself when I came up and did my presentation. I get so excited about talking and to the point, but I'll slow it down. So I have mixed heritage, and on my father's side, we're Kawachinstaminas and Hualmach were Stalo. And on my mother's side, we're Northern Scottish Highlands. And my mom took me there in 2019, and she said, we gotta find you some pride inside for who you are also beyond your Indigenous roots. And I was like, oh, yes, Mom. And I'm always looking for nourishment and belonging where I go. I don't put it always in front of myself, but I have queer identity. And we went to the highlands, and I thought, wow, look at all these trees. They look just like home. And the roots go way, way back, and the people followed the moons. And the people made nets out of stinging nettle fibers. And, you know, the bulrush and the cattail are there, and the cedar trees are there, and the spruce trees are there. And a long time ago, the people knew who they were in connection to that place. And through the ages and colonization in those lands, they began to build thicker and thicker and thicker castle walls.
And I was like, well, what was my ancestors' jobs? What were their roles? How did they move with the seasons there? And I guess there was a king in England, and he would ask my relative for a snowball every year. And it was this relative's job to go high up in their mountain and bring a snowball down to this king. And that was one of his jobs. And so I said, well, let's go hike a mountain. And I'm telling you, well, I'm from the Fraser Valley, and our mountains are really steep and really high. And when we saw what they called a mountain, it was just this hill because they're already really high up. But snow is really special, and so always looking for those little seeds of belonging and nourishment in the whole story, not just kind of cherry-picking parts of the story and saying, this is who I am, but looking at the whole story. And I came home from that trip feeling like there was new love in my heart for this part of my identity that wasn't celebrated and wasn't loved. And so it actually set me on a new path with the artistic practice I have to acknowledge all the parts of self. And there's also this, I was reflecting on these posts. It reminds me of looking up. Like looking up kind of reminds me of looking to the stars. And I'm working on an art project that has to do with the creation of the border. And at one point, the border was made by young people who were following the stars. They were mapping the border, utilizing the stars. And I thought, wow, I bet they didn't even talk to our ancestors, who probably had their own understanding. But wait, what is our understanding about the stars? So often, we're really focused on the day-to-day and the survival and the walking, waking life that we have. Where do we fit in the stars? And some of our people to the east and even the north have a lot more understanding about the stars than I feel we do. Because when we looked up where we're at, it was probably just all trees. And you had to go way out on the water at night, and we don't paddle at night, so there wasn't a whole lot of going out at night to look at the stars. But I began to fish through our resources and talk to some of my mentors, and I learned that there's a word that describes putting on a garment. And when you have a special ceremonial garment and you put it on, it's called sluwamit. Sluwamit. And S is a nominalizer. It just makes something a noun. And lu is the inside of something, and amit is the act of like going inside something. So it breaks down pretty simple, but when I looked further into where to find that word, luwamit actually is the word for the Milky Way. And I thought, how special is that we know that we are an object inside the Milky Way, that we live here, we occupy this space. But how special is it that we understand our ceremonial where tells the story of our own galaxy? And that inspired this whole art piece about looking up and inside this hollow object, because each of us, when we look up, we identify ourselves a little bit differently. And how do we fill that garment with our own lives while we look up and seek nourishment and belonging? And it's going to be different. And sometimes it's going to rupture our sense of self, because in order to make room for growth, there's kind of a shaking and a tearing effect. And I might make jokes about not doing music, but there was a grieving process in not making music, because it used to just come. It used to fill my ears, and it was always rap music. And
it was so fun. It was so fun. And when the rap music stopped and the slow bluesy stuff came, I was like, oh, cool, it didn't leave completely. And then that started to leave as well. And so the rupture and the breaking and the moving sometimes makes room for hopefully more informed practices, more informed storytelling, bigger and more ways to fill this sluamit that we have, because each of us has one. I really want to thank all the beautiful friends and relatives who made space for authenticity here, and how special that is in this big, bold, crazy, fast world we live in. But I'm grateful for this time and for all of you and your Squalawells. Hi, Joe.
Okay. Hello to you all. My English name is Jeremy Paul. That was a rhyme. I will now translate what I just said in English into my own language. Will uxbetska galau diwayu diwam lachskigu at a chalkiu diwal watgu hain diwal togu. Nluchum skig diwam niyayu at a mazy diwam na diwam nzetu. At a Sandy and Henley Paul Nidi Nagetku. Timsienu. My potlatch name is the adequately sized cedar tree that we use to pull cedar bark off of to make weaving that stands out on the point. That's like a seaward point, a landmark facing seaward. It's a pretty short name. And I come from Hartley Bay. I'm Tsimshian, and I live in Prince Rupert. And I'm also known as under my performer name, which is Saltwater Hank. And I just want to say, it's impossible to say in English, but Blugo Luhal Kagoru. I will Hatni go di need to Dagua. It's and actually, so that word you said for inside, was that Lu? Yeah, same for us. And we're a completely different language family. We're the Tsimshianic language family, but that's kind of like the whole thing that I'm seeing here, which is really, really nice, is we're actually not that different, all of us. Which is, it's really cool to hear all of the different languages being spoken and the different ways that we go about our, our traditions and respect and all of this stuff that we've been talking about here. But yeah, what I just said is in my heart full is from everything that I've seen here. Is the direct translation. And it's pretty cool, actually, this seeding our tongues, it's almost like they put us all together, the ones that are talking about language and stuff. It's kind of cool. It's like it was curated. I like it. Yeah, so I really tried to pay attention to everything that was happening today. And I'm going to wet my whistle. But I'm not going to whistle. Because sometimes it's dangerous, depending on where you come from. Yeah. Yeah, so starting with, I came late. I really took my time this morning. I'll have to apologize for that. I missed out, but I got here. I got here just as Gregory was talking, and the big takeaway from what he was saying that really made me think, and I think it's a beautiful thing when somebody says something that is so impactful that it just changes the way that you've thought about something for a while. And that, what he said was, I think, he was really hitting on how language is such medicine, but at the same time, it can be, depending on how you're using it and what you're saying, it can be weaponized. And that the more focus that we put on, and this is what I got out of it, but the more focus that we put on using language as medicine, the better. And, making reference to being, angry and frustrated, all of these things where it causes us to use language from a place of pain, and anger, that's that we're all human. That really hit me. Because I write songs. That's one of the things that I do. And a lot of the times, what I'm singing about is just regular things. But I have like a few songs that are, kind of like what Leroy was talking about earlier, which was also really wonderful to hear, is talking about those angry songs. I've got a few of those too. So I'm just like, after hearing what Gregory had to say, and when I've performed solo, I don't ever have a set list. I don't ever have a plan of what songs that I'm going to bring, because I like to feel what is happening in the room, kind of read the room, I guess. But after what Gregory said, I'm like, okay, it was going to be in my set list, but I think it might be a game time decision, but maybe actually I'm going to leave this song out that talks about tearing and dismantling the song is actually "Let's All Tear the Pigs' Houses Down." And it's really not saying, it's all of the insults that we use in our language, but it's towards cops. And I really thought about that. I was like, maybe, I don't know. It'll still, do you want to hear it when I come up in a bit? Let's read the room. Anyway, okay, I'm going to really try not to just ramble on here, but I also just really want to honor everybody that was doing something today. I really, really enjoyed learning about the weaving with the bulrushes and seeing the way that the warps are put together. I was just like, man, that's exactly what we do with these hats. Just a little bit, it's a different material, and it's just a really beautiful thing to see, and to get my hands on a new, a material that's not cedar. That's the only thing I've experienced with. And Leroy, that was awesome. I was just, really engaged with your story and the message that you bring with your music and everything you've been through to get to where you are. It's a really incredible thing. Yeah. I can only hope to get to where you are eventually. That's part of my musical journey. And seasonal calendar making. I was watching that, and I had one eye on the bulrush making and then one eye on your presentation at the same time, so I was running back and forth. But the one thing that I get really dorky about, I guess, and I like to talk to people about it from different places that are, different landscapes and different things that inform us what's going to be next, what's going to happen. Like I remember you said that when you hear the frogs, that's when it's time to bring the canoe out, eh? Yeah, like that. Our calendars are just so informed by, sound and smells and experiences, not so much what we can flip on the page to see what nice picture comes next and the big 30 or 31. I still don't know what the hell amount of days are 30 or whatever. Is there 31 days in this month? I don't know. All as I know that back home is the Oolakins are done, and it's time for me to get the grease trail going again. I like to do that. So if anybody in the interior likes seafood, come talk to me. We get some trades going on. It's really nice. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much for listening.
Yo, 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 yo. What's going on? Wow, it's Inches Piush, Ukolmik Squatchich, Kukwa, Wachut and Kukwa, and Chitzpa, Katlash Squatchich, Pepe Piush, Teka Mutta Kwalimak. So my granny told me that after I got my name, I have two other names, but they haven't been out in ceremony yet. And but one of them is Teka, and she doesn't know what the name means. It was given to my grandfather he traveled a lot. He went down south rodeoing when he was young, and his other name was Kwalimak, mosquito, because he liked the bug, and that's kind of how I am too sometimes. But so Katlash Kwachich, 3 names. And I thank my grandmother for telling me that. So when I got here, I was listening to the elder talk, and man, when our people talk about their residential school experience, it's so hard, to feel that. My heart breaks. I've heard the stories when I used to drink. I'd be drinking cheap wine with the elders in the jungle. And that's the only time they'll talk about it and the only time they speak their language. Because it's too hard. I wanted to go to residential school. My mom just about slapped me. Said, hey, I want to go to mission. No, don't. You're not. Because it seemed like everybody was cool. I had no idea about that, but when that elder was talking about this morning, it made me think about my grandparents, and they went to residential school. Somehow, all my mom's siblings, they didn't go. I think they were my grandparents might have brought them berry picking back in the day. They'd go south, so they didn't go. But I was thinking about a word, raup, in our language, raup. I really like that word. When I first heard it, it was an elder, Stanley Peters from Shakatin. He was being videoed, and he said, raup iuchol mich. So I went to ask my uncle, what does raup mean? He goes, when they gather, when the people gather, like what we're doing, raup iuchol mich. I really like that. I feel it. Raup, we're gathering, because it's more than just gathering. It's everything. It's what we do, who we are. Confluence, And a lot of things today, I was raised by my mom, my aunts, my grandmother, a lot of the elders in my community are all women. I look around today, powerful woman here today. And I was in Gordon's Reserve in Saskatchewan at this wake. I didn't know who the person was. We ended up there one time, me and my buddy. And there was one lady looking after the whole thing, setting up the chairs, making the food. And it dawned on me, and I said, wow, Indigenous women are powerful. I was maybe 25, and I still have that And then I got home and I looked around and how everything is run by our women. And I'm so grateful. You know, what our women of Indigenous women have done, what they've endured. You know, we got a song on our new recording, and it was written by Russell and his mom, Flora, and myself. It's called The Woman's Honor. It's a powerful song. So just thinking about all these messages here, you know, I mean, my hand's up to all our powerful Indigenous women. And my sister here, Jack, my relative, she told me these poles were from Lilwat. That's awesome. And I was looking at them, and it tells a story, you know, that history, raup, gathering. And it's like us, we're telling a story. We're making history today. You know, we're making history. We are the good old days. And you talk about that, you know. When people, we are the good old days. These are the good old days. When you're old, you're going to go, wow, the good old days, yeah. And like that pole, it's telling a story. You know, that's us. We're telling a story. Because there's a lot of signs, you know, with being Indigenous, there's signs all the time. Oh, some dust. Oh, it's a sign. I was distracted because I was hungry. You know, being a man, it's a simple thing, eh? Smell some food. They have smoked meat in the back, so that's where I went. And I was listening to these elders tell stories. And I just felt like I was at home, have some common history with one of the guys there rodeoing. He knows people at home. So it was good. And I started thinking about what our people don't do as much anymore as smoke meat. And, you know, that time comes. He was talking about, you know, what day? I don't know. I don't know what months have how many days either. And I don't care, really. But it's hooligan time, man. Like us. Now the spring salmon are coming in, or the stinging nettle's going to be up. Those are the important things. Cottonwood buds, you know, things like that. But those are the things that I think just being Indigenous is just in us. So I was having a dry meat, and that's around August, September when our people used to do that. My uncle told me that. So there's a lot of things that are connecting here, and music, language, meeting up with the crew. Like, we normally don't meet up until June with Mika and everybody, and it's like family. Seeing everybody this early, it's really, because the winter's been hard. You know, we lost a lot of people again, and it's really you know, something about being going through that. You know, but as Indigenous people, we know we've been dealing with this for thousands of years. Ceremony, birth, living, dying, it's all part of it. But today is our day. We're making history. These are the good old days. Oh, estamos still up.
Why has called? Is scales squeezed at Campizza, is some squeezed Rose Caldwell. Kentel scat newt kicken goal, Nachonk Olsen Bington kicken golem orken mud. In Glachab, Twee Dennis Barnes with Emily Michelle, with Twee Henry Jack and Millie Jack. Ken Knanax I stum geeld I squist Jamie. Kamusmus I sin am imat. Windant Supernalt Moonlight Supernaut, Bella Armstrong, and Sterling Armstrong. My name is Rose Caldwell. I come from up the lake a little bit here in West Bank. Windy Bay is what it's called. I live here in Penticton. I work in Penticton. I have one daughter, her name is Jamie, and I have 4 grandchildren, Windance, Moonlight, Bella, and Sterling. I'm an Okanagan language teacher. I teach kindergarten to grade 7. And I'm not a fluent speaker. In my family, I come from a family of 8, and myself and my 2 younger brothers weren't taught the language because of residential school. So I went through a really long part of my life having a real chip on my shoulder, like, what the heck? I wasn't good enough to teach. My brother next to me was very fluent, and so I decided I was gonna go to school and learn it. That's the only way I could learn it, because I had no elders in my family. I was orphaned at a really young age, and I was very fortunate to have another set of parents that took me in and raised me, my aunt and uncle, Henry and Millie Jack. So in my learning journey, my language learning journey, my brother, who's right next to me, he's 2 years older than me, he came to school with me to help me. He came to school with me for 2 years, and every time we would be in class talking, my learning is through picture. What's the picture? That word, it's not just a word, I can read it, I can write it, but what's the picture? And I'd always be telling him, what is it? What's the picture? And he'd tell me what it was. And that's how my learning journey started. I came to Anauken one day, and they said, hey, you should jump in this class. We're looking for students. We need numbers. So I started out my language learning journey as a number, being part of a class, and it really changed my life. I found who I was in language. I connected myself back to my ancestors. Whenever I would hear a word, I'd get these flashbacks of my grandpa talking or my mom and dad talking, and changed my life. So I became a teacher. Somebody would have told me like 15 years ago, you're going to become a language teacher. I'd say no. That's way, way out of my comfort zone, and I can't do it, but I'm good at it, and I like doing it. One of the things that I was taught at a very young age is Kulanchutin. That's our word for creator. Kulanchutin doesn't make mistakes. Everything and anything that he puts on the land and within the spirit of the land is supposed to be there. And us gathering here is also not a mistake. This is part of our lives before we were even born. That's something that I truly believe in. Even the ones that are online, I have no idea who's online, but I do know how Zoom works, so it could be quite a few people. But we're all here for a reason. We're all here to embrace language, to embrace culture, to embrace art, and to be able to move that forward in a good way. I wrote a lot of notes. Some of my notes are in our language because I can write faster in our language, and it's interesting because the people who are talking don't talk our language, so for me, it's kind of weird to look at it and read it. But anyways, one of the things that I took away from Gregory that really stuck with me is our mouth being a place of ceremony. Because whatever we say, we can't take back, whether it's good, bad, or hurtful or anything, we can't take it back. It's something that's out there and will stay out there. So if we treat our mouth like a ceremony, we act a certain way in a ceremony. We put our best foot forward in a ceremony. We listen with other parts of our body rather than our ears. So yeah, that's really gonna stick with me for a long time. One of the other things he said that really stuck with me is building a good lodge, being the best that you can be at whatever it is that you're doing, and bringing that forward in a good way. That was really, really important, and it really resonated with me. When the bull rush making, I've had the opportunity of going out onto the land and gathering bulrush and knowing where that comes from and the swampy waters and all of that kind of stuff, walking around in the water is really important, and how important it is that how those things are weaved together weaves us together as well. The natural paper, I've never experienced doing anything like that, but listening to Michelle talk about it really made me wonder and think that might be something I want to do. Leroy, the music, the sacred ways of the music, transcribing the language into the music, I think is really important because it sits with each one of us. Music always will be a comfort to us, no matter where we are and what we're doing. Coraline, one of the things that really, really stuck with me in yours was ceremonial speech, the use of a certain language that you're learning as ceremonial speech. It really made me think about our own ceremonies and how we need special interpreters when we go to our winter dances to be able to know what's going on within the ceremony. The other thing that really stuck with me is what triggers the time to do something. You know, like we talk about the 31 days, 28 days, 30 days, whatever those days are, doesn't really mean anything to us. It's what's happening out on the land that will tell us what we need to do. We just need to be, sharpen our senses more to reading what's out there, because everything that we're doing, our land will tell us if it's a good thing or a bad thing, or if it's safe or not safe. We got to read the messages. Russell, the neo-native, retro, indigenous futurisms. Wow, what a mouthful. But to be able to use different recordings and overlap them, put them in history in that manner is so powerful. You know, like we can make whatever we're making into a positive thing or a negative thing, and it goes back to treating your mouth as a ceremony, right? So today has been really wonderful for me. I've never taken part in this type of a panel before, but paying attention to what everybody had to say was really comes from a different place than just listening with your ears. You listen with your heart, you listen with your eyes, you listen with your feelings, you listen with your emotions, and letting that come forward in a safe space is awesome. Lim. We got 7 minutes here to go. Somebody, you want to sing? Hey.
We have one of our, I was speaking yesterday about our community connectors that we've been engaging with Two Rivers Remix. So, and I'll explain it a little bit again. The work around the community connectors, the idea was that it's just too much work for one or two people to do, to be building all those relationships. And it's like Ronnie Dean Harris was saying that, you know, if we could all take a piece. So we were trying to identify people that were engaged in the work that we were doing. And Cass is also a member of my band, the Malama Collective. He's a bass player, but he's also a very incredible man that I am really blessed to have in my life. And so I'm really honored to introduce Cass, and he can introduce himself as well. And thank you, Cass.
Cass Gregg Setsidi. Seba Philip Gregg Heinley Ann. Inquel Margaret Langley Heinley Ann. Sid Clean Haya. Sid Williams Lake Sida As. What I said is that my name is Cass Gregg, and my father's name is Philip Gregg, and my mom's name is Margaret Langley, and I'm from a place called Clean, which is way out west of Williams Lake, and I live in Williams Lake. And what I was asked today if I would, be part of this bear witness panel, and what I bear witness to here yesterday and the whole time I've been here is two things. One is what Ronnie was talking about, how there is messages and stuff inside of everything. Everybody has a shared stories. Like one thing that really stuck with me was he was saying that some of his ancestors had a story about coyotes going off to become the stars, and our people have a thing about dogs going to become the stars. So I was thinking, I wonder what it is about those animals that connect to stars, because even other cultures have Sirius, the dog star. So I wonder what it is. So that's something I want to talk to Ronnie about. And the other thing that I noticed is that there's two things that I've seen a lot here through everything. And it really connected to me because I'm a songwriter and I have a band called Bannock Dogs, and we have a song called She's Cooking Bannock for Another Man. And people either tell me it's the funniest thing they ever heard or it's the saddest thing they've ever heard. So I'm trying to hold back tears right now too, but I should just let it go. But that's what I've noticed, is that I laugh so much like the last couple of days that my face hurts, and I've seen so much stuff that hits me here really hard, because we are all connected, and so much of these people's stories, that's what happened to my family and my dad and all my friends and their ancestors and their parents and stuff. And it's hard to hear, but people need to hear it. And I'm really glad that there's something like this that can bring us all together, because it's hard to see everybody. We all have our own lives and stuff, so it's great to have an event like this and, a place like as beautiful as this to hold it in. And I would have been here sooner, but I was over at the smokehouse too. And I'm probably going to have to wash this microphone because I didn't get a chance to wash my hands. So I just want to say, another thing I was saying, I noticed too, is we were all talking about how we hear stuff in all our other nations' languages that sound like stuff in our languages, and that was something Ronnie was talking about too. Like there's, I remember he put a thing where he's like, "What's water in your language?" And so many of our languages had the same one as my people, the Chilcotin people, and it's such an amazing thing that we all have these connections like that. I've heard things people say. I was like, "Oh, that sounds like this. That sounds like that." Like when I was a kid, when I would hang out with my dad, we'd watch. He would call it like, "Let's watch the Indian channel" or something, So we would watch it, and he would look at me, and we'd both hear something. I'm not fluent at all. I'd say, Nkainicha or Saitkotincha, Gunsil Jidjastik means I'm learning my language. I'm learning to speak it. But I heard it my whole life, like Leroy was talking about. I heard elders speaking my grandma. I live with her lots. And he would always say, he's like, "Oh, it almost sounds like they're talking Indian, eh?" I was like, yeah, they do. They sound like that. And I've heard lots of stuff this whole time that I've been here that I'm like, "Oh, it sounds like this." And especially hanging out with my friend Sabina that just got here today, and her sister, their language and our Chilcotin language is very close. And I'm always like, "Oh, it's just a little bit off," I think. But they probably think the same thing when I say stuff. It sounds a little bit funny how he's talking, that guy. He's all right, though. But no, I just want to say Shachanalea for letting me be here and inviting me and being part of everything you do, Mika, and all so channeling out to all the crew too. Like, there's nothing like this. That's what I always tell everybody. There's nothing like this. Like, I was talking to other people, and I was like, I don't even want to be part of other tours. Like, all I want to do is come and hang out here, because I've never been a part of something that fulfills, like, probably what for a lot of us is missing anywhere else. So it's a channel, yeah. You're at 23 seconds.
So we're on the final countdown. Let's see. 10, 9, 8. Oh, it's just such an honor to have all of you up here together. Cook's Jam, thank you very much again. And we're going to get ready for the showcase.
Hello, everyone. Well, we're coming into the last hour of day 2. So, really strong, powerful words. I think we're going to shift gears. We're going into the showcase portion of our day. And then as we finish, we'll turn our attention back to our graphic recorder, Jess Tustin. They've been there in the corner, refining, drawing. So we'll get an update from yesterday's presentation. So, without further ado, I will invite Sacred Echo Alec back onto the stage.
Hello again. Switching gears and putting my artist hat on. My stage name is Sacred. I am the founder and visionary of Sacred Matriarch Creative. We facilitate healing and transformation through land-based models of well-being rooted with ancestral guidance. And that comes in many forms. I refuse to fit into any one industry. So my medicine and creativity move through the various different art forms like spoken word, rap, writing, poetry, storytelling. I'm also a music producer, a sound designer, and a filmmaker. And I just allow it to move through in the way that it needs to move through. Sharing some of that with you this evening, afternoon, no concept of time, wherever we're at. This is some of the pieces to really share bits and pieces of my journey and the ways that I'm able to utilize art to help me in my own healing. And we'll just move to the second track. James, please and thank you. This is called Prayer from an Urban Indian. Do we have sound? Do you mind starting over? Thank you. Beautiful. All right. Stand with me, grandmothers. I need you today. Stand with me, grandfathers. I need your strength. I feed from the deep abrasions ingrained in my DNA. I sleep and dream of a time I can't place. A place I know existed cause the vivid vision twists in my mind. Home, take me home. Take me to the place where we breathe the same frequency in harmony with land and water. Embrace the energy in existence instead of a profit margin at the expense of a home we were gifted. Take me to the time of giant cedar trees, reciprocal relationship with earth and sea. Communication and technology are advanced and in harmony with the natural flow as the world should be.
Feed me the nourishment of a traditional diet. Feel the fire to my soul as I hold ancient teachings beyond the physical being. Feel my feet in the forest, bare and free as my heart and mind should be. The ancestral language of the land flows in tune with my hands as they weave ancient secrets left in pockets of culture. Save for the emergence and resurgence of our people. Guide me, grandmothers and grandfathers, for I am lost without you. Crookstem, thank you. Oh, this next one. I cried the entire time creating the production of it, writing it, and then recording it, and then mixing and doing all of the pieces to bring this next one to life. It's called Resistance, and as the daughter of a residential school survivor and cycle breaker for my 2 young children, this speaks to the journey of that healing process. This is called Resistance. Guidance provided, though at first we might resist it. Gifted with vision on a mission, reconciliation, peace between our nations, connection to the land and ourselves is the final destination. There's a dark history we hold, the children of our grandparents ripped from their homes, whipped on the wrists for speaking their language, Cajun stone structures, forced to pray to the priests who raped them, thrown a colonial name, raised with hatred for the system. Mom and dad were provided fire, water, and the culture faded. We're lost, but not wandering far. Broken homes, not broken spirits. We are the resistance. We're lost, but not wandering far. Broken homes, not broken spirits. We are the resistance. Generations of natives lost the language of the land, rebranded and banned our reservations, put poison in our bodies and watch us lose our minds. Many young ones lost their lives inside the place they said would teach us to read and write. The ones who survived grew into broken spirits, unable to cope with everyday life, unable to parent from the gap left inside them, endangered and angered. Little did they know they were raising a new generation of babies born to be warriors, protectors, and culture connectors. We are the descendants of genocide survivors, strongest of the strongest, ultimate willpower. We are guided by our bodies, reconnecting in ancient ways. I walk the land to gather medicine. I'm understanding the plants and trees. I sing our songs on the water as the waves carry me. I ask for guidance from my ancestors. Here I feel their energy. My hands reach to create. Through culture and art, I find my way. My body craves to dance. I hear the chanting of my people. My feet feel the earth. My heart beats to the drum as I become one with my spirit. To heal is to nurture, forgive and let go. To heal is to move forward, find peace with your soul. To heal is to be free, dream, be, believe, and know you are more. To heal is to love and love again until love is all you know. Oh, we're lost but not wandering far. Broken homes, not broken spirits, we are the resistance. Oh, we're lost but not wandering far. Broken homes, not broken spirits, we are the resistance. Cookstem, thank you. So this speaks about my father, Terry Alec, who was among the first group of people to take on and win a court case against the government, the church, and RCMP and the Queen for the abuse he received in residential school.
I'll be here for as long as I can be to help any survivors out there from the residential school issue.
Cookstem, thank you. This next song was the very first piece of music production that I finally felt okay with sharing with the world. I have many that have been tucked away in vaults for years. And as a female music producer, I quite often feel like I don't want to be part of any industry. I really wanted to carve my own path. And through the journey of finding my voice and finding my music and finding my rhythm and finding my own art and my own style, I've really found home in encouraging our youth, in giving them a voice. Through giving them a voice, I'm finding more and more of my voice. So this song, I was stuck on the lyrics for a while until I did a canoe journey in 2017 with a group of Indigenous youth in foster care. And all of a sudden, the song made sense. It just poured through me. It was complete. I needed those youth and the connection of being able to help them find their own light for this song to complete. It's called Beautiful Scars. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful scars. Yeah, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, ho. Yeah, hey, yeah. Get it while you in it. World moves fast, accept no limits, no submission or permission, no commitment if you're not interested. Give it while you get it before you know it's your worst critic standing in the mirror facing you. Who is this? Down and blue. This is not what I made for you. I'm ashamed you took the fame and drew a whole new life. It ain't shaped in you. There's a message stated straight and true. It runs through my veins. There's no escaping to a branding of an expanding mind, divided and divine. Intertwine this tale of mine through 1,000 frames of mind. Give me back the tale of time and describe this frail but solid mind. So in your mind, what do you see? Do you get the quick equality? Then a moment fast and free. I'm a tapestry of everlasting catastrophe. Beautiful masterpiece. Beautiful. and give with the grasp we see. There's something more to the world we see. Understanding and compassion seek the minds alike in life we've seen. Taken to a new extreme, living and forgiving. The hate, there's a gift you're given. Use it with intention, new dimensions in this life you meet. Endless possibilities, just grasp the task at hand and seek determination, motivation, observation of the hand you've taken, embrace and face with humility. Praise and make or dispense a peace in the frame of transparency. Do you really get this? Hold and own the world you breathe, cause all you sow is all you'll reap. Know the world is at your feet if you grasp the fact of eternity. All you seem to think you know is what will hold a bullet close to your heart or the head you hold, claiming to be brave and bold. So be beautiful. Beautiful scars. Quick stem. Just need a quick drink of water. Just want to acknowledge our babies in the front here. Hi. Oh yeah, this. Has anyone ever been criticized before? So, as an artist, as entrepreneurs, as Indigenous beings just existing, we face criticism at every angle we turn. As an Indigenous woman in any industry I have been working my way into, they are often highly male-dominated, and to be very specific, stale, pale male-dominated. And for a while, I wanted to shrink back. I wanted to just not exist. I wanted to be quiet, acknowledging my sister Jess, who's made me my very first ribbon skirt, to represent my first album that came out called Silent No More. Learning how to find my voice in those spaces where quite often they were designed to eliminate and harm me. So I made a song. It's called Guan. Hey, Here we go. Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Fine, dude. Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Fine, dude. Hey, I write these beats to set me free. I find peace in the poem. It's my free flow world. Don't mind me as I bob and sway, losing myself in the music. It's been my safe place from the day I can remember, practicing performance for a showdown that I may never enter. I remember as a girl, big dreams, res life, small town, no escape, but I made it. Suicide filled the mind, but I evaded, learned to shape who I am through music, film, teaching youth, empowering our girls. So excuse me while I vibe, raise myself higher. I'm on a mission, got no time for your criticism, got no time for Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Come on, dude. Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Come on, dude. Male-dominated, industry invaded, white man places, patriarchy pasted, smash it, I am crashing, came to dismantle the system, came to shake things up and live with a vision of freedom to be, reason to reach, it's my art from the heart. Back on up with your master of the matriarch delusion, I'm proving my place to create as a maze, so go on out of my face, dude. Go on out of my face, dude. Go on out of my face, dude. Got no time for your criticism. Got no time for your criticism. Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Grind, dude. Excuse me, but you're rude in my place and my space. I just want to create, so get out of my face. Grind, dude. One more drink of water. Meow. Hi. Kitty cat. Okay, last one. So in, I think it was 2021, again, no concept of time. I have no respect for time these days. But my home community, Fleckamchin, Lytton, burned to the ground. And I've been removed from my home territory since I was 12 years old. I've grown up with the Shishak people on the Sunshine Coast. So there was this really interesting mix of immense grief for my people, my homelands, and then this overwhelming responsibility of I am not in it, so I have to do something. And I managed to, I don't know how, but I just want to acknowledge Ronnie Dean Harris for also being an amazing weaver of people and resources. Yeah, amazing, amazing human. And so in the midst of that grief was this responsibility of we have to take care of the people. I was able to raise $30,000 within, I think, 24 to 48 hours for all of the people who were falling between the cracks of the government and the emergency service providers. We were able to gather donations and get them into the right places. But then after this adrenaline of supporting the people and doing what we can, I crashed. And I didn't know how to process that really weird clash that was happening inside of me of I'm not home, but I'm grieving for my homelands and my people. So I wrote this song called Changing Tides. Has anyone ever told you you're not good enough? You're too much, too loud, too tough, too soft, too this or too that. We've been conditioned to listen to the stale, pale, male religious illusion. Capitalism can kick rocks. A crumbling world leaves us with no choice but to embrace the change already on its way. High tide, mudslides, floods, and fires were past the point of no return. She sung her song of rage. Ancient prophecies unfold. Nhlakapmak stronghold.
Transformation
feel the weight of the world staggered on your shoulders, hovering over every thought. Remember this, drop the bricks. We weren't meant to be productive 24/7. The era of patriarchy is over. Expect your natural resources, climbing corporate ladder of disaster, planting seeds of scandal. It's not for me. And you, beautiful soul, are here to breathe life into the world. You're here to give your gifts, not shrink to fit the image and illusion of the American dream. It's not what it seems. Here we go. Hold your hand over your heart. It's gonna be a long ride. We are in for the change of our lives. Transformation takes place. Onto your heart. Hold your hand over your heart. It's gonna be a long ride. We are in for the change of our lives. Transformation takes place. Onto your
Cook's Jam, Cook's Jam, Cook's Jam. Thank you so, so much, my friends, for bringing me back home. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, all of the incredible crew. And Jackie, I just want to acknowledge the incredible work you're doing, too. Billie Jean, amazing, amazing humans. Thank you so much.
Confluence. Oh, there it goes.
Hi, welcome back. So I did ask, I said, do you want to do an introduction, a formal introduction? And he said, I can't make this decision. And so I said, well, okay, let me have a look at the bio, because everybody was requested to send a photo and a bio. And this one, if you go on virtualfeast.ca, is, I would say, the winner out of all of the bios that have come across. So just, this is lyrical poetry here. Okay, you ready? Saltwater Hank, Gitgat, and Simshan. So a member of the Gitgat community, a Simshan folk artist, Saltwater Hank resurrects stories of the land, loss, and absurd circumstance and shines them through a sepia lens, witnessing ageless characters with hearts and lives on the line. Historically speaking, many have come and gone before us without broad notice, despite having made significant impacts during their lives. These are the stories that Saltwater Hank sinks his teeth into, spinning them into timeless folk songs with a penchant for a jig. I could go on. There's a second paragraph. Do you guys want to hear the second one? Yes, okay, all right. So Saltwater Hank's debut album, Stories from the Northwest, is a recording built upon the influence of Hanks before him. Saltwater Hank's father, Henry, also known as Hank, was his first and most influential exposure to music and instilled in him a deep curiosity and love for the craft. Born in Prince Rupert, Saltwater Hank's earliest memories of gingerly strumming his father's guitar strings to hearing him, his grandfather and uncles perform the songs of Hank Williams Sr. and other country favorites. The influence of these formative experiences is clear when listening to Saltwater Hank.
Okay. Well. That's, anyway, yeah, I don't have to say anything anymore. Well, let's get right into it. This one that I'm going to play, I'm going to play a bunch of things that are newer-ish. I do this now. I also play the fiddle. I love playing the fiddle, but I didn't bring one. I got this now. This is my grandpa's old guitar. He used to use this guitar in the 60s to play dances. And he's 89 years old and still playing. Yeah. Okay, now I get to press this button. Yeah, it makes that sound. Get a little bit ambient. So this is a song that I wrote. Everything that I'm about to deliver to you is not in English, so I have to tell you kind of what it's about. This one comes from an experience that I had with the Botwas, we call them. They're wild people of the woods. And I saw one 2 summers ago. And before that, I'd only heard one ever. I heard it. I was with my cousin at the time, looking for geese up near this place that we call Willu-Spaichor. That's where the slide comes in. That's the people call it Tuck Inlet by where I live. But yeah, we're goose hunting. Had my gun, and the thing just hollered like so loud and just like the sound was coming from all around, kind of thing. I don't know if you've ever experienced that before. Some people you might know have. But yeah, where I come from, the wild man or the Sasquatch, it's not a matter of like whether they exist or not. It's more of where and how many. And Yeah, I saw one. And this is a song where the translation of the chorus is don't throw rocks at me. Because that's what they do. Diddle-dal-dum, how, but with to fly away. Dum satagani, wow, sadir. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Nach nu you Iowa, but with at a basket with Akadi Saridam, Chawa, but with a gui, Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Akadi saridam, ksanach ran tatalu. Dum satagani, wow, sadir. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Gilo, moyo, da leplo. Thank you all. So, yeah, I just recorded an album that it's gonna come out in summer. It's called Gal'un Waluhal Kalimi, and that means in our language, bentwood box full of songs. And it's a Somalic language record that I had a lot of help doing. I've been learning my language for the past, well, I started when I was 17, and kind of took a long break. I really didn't speak it at all in my 20s, didn't grow up with it. And then in the past 3-4 years, got really serious into it. I've been fortunate to hang out with a lot of elders from my community who have been really there for me, and not speaking English to me, and the learning curve and all that. It's beautiful, but getting there. So yeah, I'm gonna do another one. This one, actually no, how about I do that one? I'll do the one, this is actually a song that when I first, I don't know quite how to explain this, but they say that things come to us in dreams, and I've always thought about that, and it never really occurred to me that it would happen to me. Whether it be messages from ancestors or whatever, people always talk about that. And this dream that I had, it was total darkness. There was nothing, and there was weightlessness, and I was just floating in this darkness. And I just heard this word, and it was repeated, and it was an old woman saying it. And she said, "Dich Gordon." And she kept repeating that, "Dich Gordon." And I was like, I woke up and thought, is that a word? I've never heard this word before. And I had searched, kind of like having worked with my language and whatever, like having knowledge of our orthography, I just spelt it out, what it was. And it was a word, and I hadn't learned it yet. And the word meant, be patient, you. So I still haven't figured out what one of the ancestors was telling me to be patient about, but I guess I should be patient and find out. So last night in the hotel room, I was messing around with this sound, and I'm gonna try it. It's an instrumental right now, but let's call it Dich Gordon, because I'll just be patient, and maybe the words will come eventually. Thanks. All right. Yeah, having the countdown is really something. Okay, so I have a heavier one. Let's do the heavier one last. That one's more fun. That's what you do, right? Okay, so I'm going to put it on you. I didn't decide this. A couple of people did. You decided, a couple of people came up to me and said, I wouldn't be offended if you played that song that bashes cops. And I'll just do a quick tune because I care. so much. The song itself is a sing-along if you choose to. I won't be offended if you don't sing along. Quite honestly, when people ask me to sing along, I will do the contrary and just keep my mouth closed. But you know what? I was really happy yesterday when Kim Gucci was performing, and she didn't ask, I don't think, us to sing along, but I was harmonizing with every word. It was really nice. Okay, so language lesson. Just repeat after me. Land's a dip. Qalda. Nawaba. Guaso. Land's a dip. Qalda. Nawaba. Guaso. Land's a dip. Qalda. Nawaba. Guaso. Go ahead. Land's a dip. Qalda. Nawaba. Guaso. There you go. Land's a dip. Qalda. Nawaba. Guaso. Let's all tear the pigs' houses down. But the word for house in our language, wab, it means deeper than house building. It actually, our house is a political institution. It's our, where our laws are and our territory. So that's really what I want to see dismantled. Here it goes. Lands a dip called a wab a guaso. Khani Watsman some wain Awla karit flora nalach yuban Till goti a blugwell wan it's eaten Awla karit flora Llawi lexed Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Akarit skul Rabalaragan Dalim gwelga marshmallows Noon in twa to moon Gilo six Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Here it is Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Lands a dip called a nawab a guaso Dim called a nawab a guaso Okay, this is a really, really quick one because I only got quick minutes left. This one is called Ni Ulawalt. That means that's how it happens, or that's how it is, or that's what happens, or that's how it was. Usually said at the end of explaining something. And this song is about a sequence of events that occurs, which I was really Ablugo Saman Gola Wild Dagui. I really enjoyed that presentation from earlier about the sequence of the natural world and what informs us of what to do. And this song, it speaks to, how we harvest our seaweed at a certain time, and then once we're finished drying our seaweed, that's the only time that we can strip for cedar bark, because old people say when you strip the cedar bark, that brings the rain to heal the tree. Can't dry your seaweed when it's raining, so there's a reason why people do that. And then we're allowed to pick the big horse mussels after that. And if you follow those, people have been following those traditions forever. Another thing that's mentioned in the song is the Semikisk, the Swainson's thrush, that sings the salmon berries into ripening, and then following, the salmon come after that. So this is that one. Nila Wild. Thank you. Doixit Newsome Willamuxus, and thanks for listening to me. Dem golden sin my as if and Nilo out, Nilo out, Nilo out, Nilo low saggy. Skurim gaset laskam nagogarim sehatalum nilo out, nilo out, nilo out, nilo saggy. Thank you. That was fun.
Wanna go, but she's holding me tight. I can see a bright glow, it reminds me of light, but it's cold like snow and it stings like ice. Just like a typo, can't change what's right, so I'm gone. But I'll be back in a minute, cause my heart feels cold and I think that I regret it. Think all my peers know that I'm fucking pathetic. Can't let the beers go, homie saying don't sweat it. Goddamn, what's my plan? I can't remember. Started out in Jan, now it's December. Thought I was the man, found someone better. Found out who I am and wrote a letter. Said I miss your touch, sometimes I wanna go back, but I don't trust enough, and you know that. Think about you when I go to bed, it make me so sad. Yeah, it made me so sad. But then I wake up, take a drink and take another puff. Clearing my conscience, I'm on to some other stuff. Appearing I've lost it, but toxic is monstrous. Hearing my options, I'm talking, I'm honest. There's a wolf in my head, a sheep in my heart. Keeps me from my bed, my sleeps, they fall apart. The noise is complacent, my sheets reek of art, but my mind is kept still you reap all the dark. And I wanna go, but she's holding me tight. I can see a bright glow, it reminds me of light, but it's cold like snow and it stings like ice. Just like a typo, can't change what's right. You can't change what's right. You can't change what's right. You can't change what's right. Can't change what's right. Can't change what's right. No. You can't change what's right. You can't change what's right. You can't change what's right. Can't change what's right. Can't change what's right. No.
Turtle Island.
Check one. Check 1, 2. Check.
Hello. Welcome back. Our last performer needs no introduction, but I was fed the line, the incomparable Leroy Joe. This morning, as he was sharing his story, he referenced being 10, and I thought this is a very like seminal, pivotal time in his life. He got his guitar, that he has coveted guitar given. He was given his name, and he also joined AIM. So I mean, that's quite something. At 10. Yeah. Wow. So welcome, Leroy Joy again.
Coach the Moose Collab. It's good to see you all again. Here's a song that it's a traditional song. It's called Shulyalishta. And I remember hearing this song as a young boy, and the elders would sing it, and an old woman would dance the song, doing the movements as they sing. And it's the song goes, the old lady is going, and she forgot her candle though. And so she's walking, she's gonna lay down, and then she's gonna scratch, shuplik. But at that moment, the lady would scratch her bum, and that was the funniest thing. And that's why we like this song. But it's called Shulyalishta. Timutsumath, Shuyalishtan, Timutsumath, Shuyalishtan, Ti Ochwalmath, Shuyalishtan, Ti Ochwalmath, Shuyalishtan, 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 Thank you. I love that song. Reminds me of long time ago. My elders. Earlier I talked about writing this song. I'll sing some of it. I can't remember all of it, but it's called "I Ain't Your Indian," and I wrote it when I was in Zurich, Switzerland, on a mission. On a mission from God, Cookby. And I was doing some shows there, some gigs, but yeah, so we came up with this song, me and my friend James. Hope I remember all the words. Well, I ain't Canadian, I ain't American. I was born right here on the Mount Currie Reservation. I don't go running high when I mention genocide. And don't pull the flag right over your closed eyes. And DIA is a whore. We don't need that shit anymore. And you can shove the Indian Act right up your ass. And I'll never be your Indian. I'll never be your Indian. Now welfare, it's a lie. Sure fucks up our lives. I'll never be your Indian. Something like that. It's been a while. It's been a long while. So I'm from Stratlim territory. And in Stratlim, there's 11 reserves, 11 communities. And I wrote this song not only because of my love of Stratlim and all that we are, our history, our culture, our language, but not everybody knows all the names of these territories. So this song names all those places. There's 11 communities, and we all have the same language, just a different dialect. So I mention in this song our communities, our places. And there's it starts up in Pavilion, Squilach, all the way down to Douglas and Tapella, and the west side, I guess, of Harrison Lake. We had on the recording that's coming out, we had very fortunate to have Ronnie Dean Harris do a rap on this song. So it's really amazing. And my daughter sings on it. I'm just gonna sing the parts that I wrote. It goes like this. Oh, Tatlichui. Tatlichui means to stand up. Ya, hey, ya. Ya, hey, ya. Ya, hey, ya. Hey, ya, hey. Oh, Twilight. Oh, Jacqueline. Oh, Huistin. Tatlichui. Oh, Sugarwash. Oh, Klitkin. Oh, Chalathmach. Tatlichui. Oh, Quat. Oh, Lilwa. Oh, Shamakwam. Tatlichui. Oh, Shkatinem. Oh, Chakja. Oh, Statlem. Tatlichui. For thousands of years we have survived, Statlim strong, and our ancestors taught us what was right, what was wrong. Yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey. Stand up, stand up. Oh, Statlim. Oh, Statlim. Oh, Statlim. Tatlichui. Yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey. Oh, Statlim. Oh, Statlim. Oh, Statlim. Tatlichui. Kokstum. Anyone get a chance to download the Oh Amashkite song yet? Yeah, one. It's on spiritualwarriors.ca for free. And download it. Add your name to our mailing list, and we can spam you later. Our release is soon. I keep saying 2 weeks, but seriously, it's 2 weeks. I have the money. I'm ready. I got to send it to Buddy, and we're gonna press this. We're actually making a CD. People are still buying CDs, which is good. And we're going to have an official release party, hopefully on Indigenous Day in Whistler. We have a show there. So, yeah. This is called Oh, I'm a Skate. Oh, I'm a skate. Oh, I'm a skate. Oh, I'm a skate. Kuncha. Oh, I'm a skate. Oh, I'm a skate. Oh, I'm a skate. Kuncha. Let's go. Hey, ya, na. Hey, ya, na. Hey, ya, na. Wat gauw gaat lu ama, tu ama, snoekwa. Wat gauw gaat lu ama, tu ama, snoekwa. Oh, I'm a skate, oh, I'm a skate, oh, I'm a skate, kuncha. Oh, I'm a skate, oh, scared, oh, I'm scared, Kunsha. Oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, Kunsha. Hey, hey, hana, hey, hana, hey, hana, hey, hana, hey, hana, hey, hana, hey. Oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, Kunsha. Oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, oh, I'm scared, Kunsha. Woo! Short and sweet. I might as well keep it rocking. So I grew up in this, I call it the Res Rock, Mount Curry two-step, A major. It's just 4 on the floor. And I mean, we used to play from 10 till 5, 6, 7 in the morning every weekend. And unfortunately, I don't remember a lot of it, but that's just the way it was back then. One time I was playing, and then the next thing you know, it was daybreak and I was dancing. And I was like, what am I? What? It's funny, but it's not. So this song, it's called Celebrate, and I wrote it, or it came to me. Most of the songs that I composed are by a hand drum, then I put it onto a guitar. And so this one is called, I was coming down the road from down below, we call it down below, Shemaklum or Shkatin. And a lot of my songs come to me on that road, and they're hand drum songs. And this one, springtime, I'm thinking of the spring salmon, celebrate spring, celebrate the new beginning, you know? So I called it Celebrate. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. 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 Shimawe, uchwalmir, Shimawe, uchwalmir. Takum shwa, uchwalmir, Shimawe, uchwalmir. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. Itlam ska, shakota, itlam ska, shakota. Takum shwa, uchwalmir, itlam ska, shakota. Let's go! Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo. Everybody, celebrate, celebrate, celebrate your life. Celebrate, come celebrate, celebrate your life. Celebrate, come celebrate, celebrate your life. Let's go! Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, yeah. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, Hana. Oh, Hana, oh, Hana, oh, iyo, iyo, yeah. Thank you. Cooks the Boostalap. Thank you very much. And we'll see you all tomorrow. And for the amazing talent that's coming up, thank you, Mika. Thank you to the crew. Cooks the Boostalap. Hey!
Protect and serve. Connect to spirit and open up wide. And you will find the jewels inside. We are abundant and we are rich as long as we learn to give. What you put out, you get back again. That cycle.
Hey, I'm just wondering if we can get the graphic recording images onto the screen. Because we're gonna, Leroy, you're awesome. Celebrate your life. I love that one. We want to end the day with Jess Tustin. She is going to show some of her awesome graphic recording. She had a sketch yesterday, but she's going to show a little more of the finished sketch. And then she'll talk about a little bit about what she did today.
So on the screen right now is the finished illustration for today. So if you weren't here yesterday and you have no idea why I'm here, I am a graphic recorder. Essentially what that means is I'm here to take notes but in visual form, so that means in sketches and doodles. You'll see a lot of quotes and text on there too, because that just helps me visualize and also add a little bit more to the illustration itself. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. There should be the first finished illustration from yesterday too, if somebody wants to put that on screen. There we go. And for those of you who were here yesterday, you would have saw the rough sketches of, hello, there we go, of yesterday's illustration. So I managed to finish it, and here's the final illustrations.
Would, is there anyone here from Manaukin that could just do a closing, I don't know, something for us? Anyone? Catherine or Cynthia? I always like to wrap it up with someone from the territory. What a great honor. I just saw the beautiful pictures of you and the seal dancers. It's just beautiful. It really just lit up my heart. Such beautiful women.
Oh, Isquis kiksta kuntilstuch taus nachum kol klautum kikenmut, kinseal kinsachwapm. And I also have bloodlines up in the Lillooet area. My name is Catherine Pierre. I am one of the NIPAT instructors for the program here, and I'm really putting my hands up to all the hard work, especially the people back there fixing the food and feeding everybody here. I want to acknowledge them, all the hard workers that are doing all this amazing technology and everything. So I'll just say a short prayer. White lim lim kulin shoot ni squeezed, kiksta, tali kan limpt, putchap tali kan limpt, kunchikich, white lim limped for all of our Yayati Snak seal that's gathered here for this beautiful day of day 2. And I ask that you watch over and protect each and every one of them as they go and rest and visit and just make connections with each other. Bless their lives, bless their families that are home, bless the ones that in their families that might be sick or in the hospital, under the bridges, in the hospitals, active in addictions or whatnot. So I ask that you continue to watch over and bless each and every one of our lives. And White Lim Limp, it's a very good day. Thank you.
And we'll see y'all tomorrow.
When the sun stood high in my ancestors' eyes, a warrior sat on the earth with a smile. The rays reflected his frame, shadowing his profile. I was prepared to share my life with his mind and ability. The forest, plains, fires, all structured in community. The roles to raise a family traditionally.